Chapter 2044. Qin Feiyang glanced at the door and said with a smile, "Senior, it's better to set up a barrier." "So cautious?" The Vice Pavilion Master was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "This is a serious matter. I have to be cautious." "Okay." The Vice Pavilion Master looked at Qin Feiyang deeply, then waved his hand, and a barrier appeared. Outside, Shangguan Qiu was unhappy. He wanted to eavesdrop, but it turned out that he was guarding against a thief. Inside the barrier, Fire Lotus sat aside obediently. Qin Feiyang took out the jade of Qinghai and tea leaves, and said with a smile, "Girl, help us make tea." "Okay." Fire Lotus nodded with a smile, got up and squatted aside, and began to get busy. The Vice Pavilion Master looked at the mask on Fire Lotus's face curiously. Why was she wearing a mask? "Senior," Qin Feiyang said. The Vice Pavilion Master immediately came back to his senses and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang asked, "More than 10,000 years ago, a level 9 soul vein was born in the Sky Dragon Sea, right?" "Yes. This soul vein is currently in my treasure pavilion." The Vice Pavilion Master nodded. "Senior, you are so domineering." Back then, all the major forces swarmed over, including the former Palace Master of the Nine Heavens Palace, who is also the son of the Great Elder. "Senior, you were able to suppress all the heroes and snatch the soul vein. Such heaven-defying means, I really admire you." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. The Vice Pavilion Master smiled and said, "After all, I was young and full of vigor, but now I'm old and can't be compared to back then. Senior, you are too humble. However, although you obtained the soul vein, there were a lot of troubles later on," Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the Vice Pavilion Master touched his lame leg, and a trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. But he hid it well. Even Qin Feiyang did not notice. However, his subconscious action of touching his lame leg caught Qin Feiyang's attention. Qin Feiyang could not help but speculate. Could it be that this lame leg had something to do with what happened back then? The Deputy Pavilion Master smiled and said, "Little friend, let's not beat around the bush and get straight to the point." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "All those years ago, the Grand Elder's son was heavily injured by you, and he was attacked by sea beasts on the way, causing him to lose his life in the Heavenly Dragon Sea. Senior, you probably haven't forgotten this matter, right?" The Vice Pavilion Master remained silent for a while. Then, he sighed, "This old man wants to forget, but I just can't. You must have noticed this leg of mine, right?" Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. "I'm all ears." The Vice Pavilion Master patted his crippled leg and smiled. "This leg was caused by your Nine Heavens Palace's Great Elder." "What?" Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly changed. Fire Lotus was also surprised. Back then, the First Elder killed his way into the treasure pavilion. Although the Pavilion Master stopped him and saved his old life, in the end, he paid the price of one of his legs. The Vice Pavilion Master sighed. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "With Senior's cultivation, even if it's shattered, it can be reborn. But why is it crippled?" "It's a type of poison. The First Elder personally concocted it. No pill, not even a deity detoxification pill, can remove it," the Vice Pavilion Master said. "The First Elder knows how to concoct poison?" Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were both surprised. "You've just entered the Nine Heavens Palace, so it's normal that you don't know the methods of your First Elder. He's actually an expert in using poison. In the entire northern region, if he says his second, no one would dare to say their first. And the poison he concocted, apart from himself, no one can remove it. This old man was poisoned with a type of poison called bone-corroding spirit thread. This type of poison, just like its name, is hard to disperse. Once it enters the body, it will fuse with all the bones in the body. It can't be refined or dispelled. Others think that this old man has been cultivating in seclusion all these years, but in reality, this old man has been suppressing this poison. Because if I don't suppress it, this poison won't just corrode this thigh, it will corrode all the bones in my body." The Vice Pavilion Master sighed deeply, looking a little lonely. "Bone-corroding spirit thread," Qin Feiyang mumbled, feeling a chill down his spine. He never thought that the First Elder would have such a terrifying side to him. Brother, the tea is ready. Fire Lotus poured 2 cups of tea, pushing 1 cup in front of Qin Feiyang and the other in front of the Vice Pavilion Master. Thank you. Miss, I don't know if it's an illusion, but why do I feel that your temperament is a little familiar? The Vice Pavilion Master looked at Fire Lotus suspiciously. Is that so? Fire Lotus seemed a little flustered. But Qin Feiyang was surprised and asked, Senior, you know Fire Lotus? No, I don't. The Vice Pavilion Master shook his head and looked at Fire Lotus. Miss, why don't you take off your mask and let this old man take a look? Fire Lotus hesitated for a moment and waved it off with a smile. Forget it, I won't cause trouble for you guys. You guys continue. Qin Feiyang said, Fire Lotus, let this senior take a look. He's experienced and knowledgeable. Perhaps he might know you. That's not good. What if he's up to no good? Fire Lotus muttered to herself. That's true. You can't judge a book by its cover. Qin Feiyang mumbled and looked at the Vice Pavilion Master with a smile. Senior, please have some tea. The Vice Pavilion Master did not insist. He picked up the teacup and sniffed it. Then, he tasted the tea and praised, not bad. These tea leaves should have been cultivated in a herb farm, right? Qin Feiyang said, seems like you're also a person of the way of tea, senior. To be honest, I like to drink tea when I'm free. Actually, I have such tea leaves too. Perhaps they're even better than this. The Vice Pavilion Master laughed hoarsely. Is that so? Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Haha, seems like I've met a kindred spirit this time. Looking at Qin Feiyang's greedy look, the Vice Pavilion Master could not help but laugh. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly and said, let's get down to business. Actually, there's something else behind the death of the Great Elder's son. Something else? The Vice Pavilion Master was slightly taken aback. He immediately put down the teacup and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang said, the Great Elder's son was not attacked by sea beasts. Then what is it? The Vice Pavilion Master suddenly rose to his feet. His slightly cloudy eyes instantly became extremely spirited. There was even a terrifying sharpness in them. It's Feng Yuan. He secretly killed the Great Elder's son. He also killed all the people who came with him, Qin Feiyang said. What? The Vice Pavilion Master was stunned. Qin Feiyang did not speak again. While drinking tea, he patiently waited for the Vice Pavilion Master to calm down. Because no one would be able to calm down when they suddenly heard such news. Feng Yuan, why would it be him? Why would he do this? The Vice Pavilion Master murmured. His old face was full of disbelief. After a long time, the Vice Pavilion Master finally calmed down and slowly returned to his seat. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and frowned slightly. Qin Feiyang said, Senior, are you thinking that I have a grudge against Feng Yuan, so I fabricated such a rumor and asked you to help me deal with him? In other words, I'm borrowing a knife to kill him. You even know what I'm thinking. Little friend, your insight is really amazing. The Vice Pavilion Master laughed. Senior, you flatter me. If it were me, I would think the same, so it's not difficult to guess. Qin Feiyang said. The Vice Pavilion Master said with a smile, then, little friend, please show me strong evidence. Qin Feiyang asked, does Ji Yong count? Ji Yong. The Vice Pavilion Master frowned. Ji Yong is Feng Yuan's confidant, but now he's under my control. I learned this from him. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. There is such a person. I heard that this time, you were able to fight back against Feng Wenhai because of him. The Vice Pavilion Master nodded in realization and asked, then does he have solid evidence in his hands? No solid evidence. But I peeked into Ji Yong's inner thoughts, and he didn't lie at all. Qin Feiyang said. No solid evidence. The Vice Pavilion Master pondered for a moment and shook his head. Little friend, if you say that there's no solid evidence, it's just your one-sided story. How do you expect me to believe you? I know that these words alone can't make you believe me, but I can help you look for evidence. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Help me look for evidence. The Vice Pavilion Master was stunned and said with a smile, little friend, if I may offend you, I don't think you're such a kind person. Of course. Who would be so free to meddle in other people's business? Moreover, the target this time is Feng Yuan, and it has something to do with the first elder. Qin Feiyang said. Quite direct. Then tell me your conditions. The Vice Pavilion Master smiled and seemed to admire Qin Feiyang's straightforward character. First, I hope that you can help me at critical moments in the future. Second, cancel the cooperation with Mu Tianyang and let Shangguan Qiu work with me. Third, the deal between me and Shangguan Qiu must be in soul stones. These are the conditions of this junior. Qin Feiyang said. This, the Vice Pavilion Master hesitated. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, I believe that these 3 conditions are not difficult for you. The second and third conditions are not difficult either. I know a little about the cooperation between Little Qiu and Mu Tianyang. Since you've made such a request, it means that you also have the 9 Chu Yellow Dragon Pill and the 9 Transformation Dragon Blood Pill. So it doesn't matter who I work with. But the first condition is a little difficult for me. You know that I have a grudge with the First Elder. If I help you, the First Elder will be unhappy. I don't care. After all, he won't dare to do anything to me now. But you're different. You're a disciple of the 9th Heaven Palace. If he wants to make things difficult for you, you'll have a hard time in the 9th Heaven Palace, the Vice Pavilion Master said. To be honest, I'm already having a hard time in the 9th Heaven Palace. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. What do you mean? The Vice Pavilion Master looked at him curiously. This, on the contrary, Qin Feiyang hesitated. Chapter 2045. Only the 3 of us know about today's conversation, so you can speak freely. The Vice Pavilion Master's eyes were extremely sharp, and he instantly saw through Qin Feiyang's concerns. And his friendly tone was irresistible. Qin Feiyang was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, Some things are better left unsaid. Anyway, as long as you can help me at a critical moment, I'll be very grateful. As for the First Elder, I'll deal with him. The Vice Pavilion Master was a little surprised and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to be such a cautious person. It's better to be cautious. In case you're beyond redemption. Qin Feiyang sighed. Makes sense. The Vice Pavilion Master nodded and asked, Then you have to tell me the reason why Feng Yuan assassinated the First Elder's son. I can tell you. It's because of power and status. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. I see. The Vice Pavilion Master nodded, and his eyes gradually turned cold. If what you said is true, then sooner or later, I'll find him personally and settle the score. Don't worry. I'll do my best to get the evidence. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. Let's agree on this. The Vice Pavilion Master smiled hoarsely. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you in the future. You're welcome. The Vice Pavilion Master waved his hand and took out an image crystal. To facilitate communication in the future, let's establish a contract bridge. That's exactly what I want. Qin Feiyang quickly took out the image crystal. After the contract bridge was established, the Vice Pavilion Master took out a long jade box from his interspatial ring. This jade box was 1 foot long and 5 fingers wide. The surface was crystal clear, and there were wisps of light. At first glance, one could tell that it was made of peerless divine jade. The Vice Pavilion Master put the jade box on the tea table and said with a smile, It's the first time we've met. Consider this a gift from me. I hope you don't mind. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang grabbed the jade box and opened the lid. A strong fragrance of tea immediately assailed his nose. Inside the jade box was an entire box of tea leaves. Every single tea leaf was like a precious jade that flickered with a crystalline light, and it was even to the extent that one could sense a strand of dense divine essence from them. The Deputy Pavilion Master smiled and said, These are the tea leaves that I personally cultivated and brewed. Qin Feiyang took out a tea leaf and put it in his mouth. The fragrance of the tea immediately spread throughout his body. All the pores on his body opened up involuntarily. He had never encountered such tea leaves before. It was simply the king of all teas. A long while later, Qin Feiyang's mind finally withdrew from the fragrance of the tea. He kept the jade box as though he had received a treasure. He bowed and said, "Thank you, elder. As the saying goes, a sword befits a hero. This tea is the same. Only those who understand tea, love tea, and cherish tea are worthy of good tea leaves." The deputy pavilion master said with a smile. Obviously. In this aspect alone, he liked Qin Feiyang very much. "Elder, I really don't deserve your praise. I will definitely cherish it. Since the matter has been settled, I will take my leave first." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said. Fire Lotus also put away the beauties of Qinghai. "Take your leave." The deputy pavilion master was slightly taken aback. He asked suspiciously, "Aren't you going to talk about the cooperation with Miss Chiu?" "Of course, we will talk about it. But now is not the time," Qin Feiyang said with a playful smile. "You little brat." The deputy pavilion master shook his head and said with a smile, "Well, you young people can deal with your own affairs. I only have one request. Don't make things too difficult for her." "I won't. Don't worry. Then I will take my leave first," Qin Feiyang said. "Take care." The deputy pavilion master nodded. Qin Feiyang immediately opened an altar and left with Fire Lotus. What an interesting young man. The deputy pavilion master shook his head and smiled. Then he lowered his head and muttered to himself. Was this matter really related to Feng Yuan? On the stairway to heaven, Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus walked side by side. "Not only did the negotiation end smoothly, but I also got a box of good tea. This trip was not in vain." Qin Feiyang was full of smiles. "Look at how happy you are. I don't believe that the tea leaves he gave can be compared with a divine artifact." Fire Lotus pursed her lips. "You don't understand. Even if you give me a peak-level divine artifact, I won't exchange these tea leaves," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Is it that exaggerated?" Fire Lotus was stunned. "It's not exaggerated at all." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Anyway, I don't understand." Fire Lotus shook her head and suddenly frowned. Looking at Qin Feiyang, she said, "Brother, I suddenly thought of something. You go back first." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang stopped and looked at Fire Lotus suspiciously. "It's a private matter. Don't worry about it." Hua Lian giggled and ran down without looking back. "This girl," Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and quickly disappeared into the Ninth Heaven Palace. Treasure Pavilion. VIP Room. The deputy pavilion master was still sitting alone at the tea table, his brows knitted together. Swish. Suddenly, a figure appeared. It was Fire Lotus. The deputy pavilion master looked up at Fire Lotus and asked suspiciously, "Little girl, is there anything else?" "Little girl." Fire Lotus lowered her head and murmured. She suddenly looked up at the deputy pavilion master. Her cold eyes emitted a great sense of oppression. "Little girl, what do you mean?" The deputy pavilion master was shocked. Fire Lotus did not answer. She slowly took off her mask. "What?" Looking at Fire Lotus's face, the deputy pavilion master's face suddenly changed. He exclaimed, "How could it be you?" Fire Lotus put on her mask again and said, "If you know it's me, then you should know that Jiang Haotian did not lie to you." The deputy pavilion master looked at Fire Lotus in a daze. After a long time, he came to his senses and said, "May I ask, who is Jiang Haotian?" "That's not a question you should ask. You just need to know that you will do whatever he says." Fire Lotus said coldly. "Okay." The deputy pavilion master nodded. "By the way, warn Shangguan Qiu not to take advantage of me. It won't do her any good. Also, don't tell anyone about my appearance." After saying that, Fire Lotus immediately opened the altar and turned to leave. The deputy pavilion master hurriedly got up to see her off. After the altar disappeared, he returned to his seat, and his entire body sank into a sense of powerlessness. "I didn't expect it to be her. Who on earth is this Jiang Haotian? Why is she protecting him by his side?" At this moment, the deputy pavilion master had too many questions in his mind. "Girl Qiu, come in." Suddenly, he shouted. The door opened. Shangguan Qiu walked in and asked suspiciously, "Have they all left?" "Yes." The deputy pavilion master nodded. He picked up his walking stick and stood up. He looked at Shangguan Qiu and said in a low voice, "Terminate the cooperation with Mu Tianyang immediately." "What? Sir, the cooperation has been agreed upon long ago. How can we terminate it? Won't this damage the reputation of the treasure pavilion?" Shangguan Qiu said hurriedly. "That's not important. After terminating the cooperation with Mu Tianyang, go find Jiang Haotian personally. You must make him agree to cooperate with the treasure pavilion." The deputy pavilion master said. This, Shangguan Qiu was completely dumbfounded. "Also, whatever Jiang Haotian needs in the future, you must satisfy him unconditionally. Girl Qiu, I'm not joking with you this time. You must do as I say. Do you understand?" The deputy pavilion master said. "Yes." Shangguan Qiu nodded. He was a little dizzy. What was going on? Late that night, two uninvited guests barged into Qin Feiyang's cave abode angrily. But there was no one in the cave abode. One of them glanced at the cave abode and shouted, "Jiang Haotian, I know you're in the castle. Get out." Swoosh. Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. He looked at the two people in front of him and said with a smile, "You two are in a good mood today. You actually have time to come here to play. Are you bored in the inner sect and want to experience life in the outer sect?" The two people were none other than Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing. "Stop pretending. Why did Shangguan Qiu terminate the cooperation with us? Don't tell me. It has nothing to do with you." Mu Qing said angrily. "So soon?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. He thought that the deputy pavilion master would think about it for a while. He did not expect that he would immediately terminate the cooperation with Mu Tianyang. Mu Qing pointed at Qin Feiyang angrily and looked at Mu Tianyang. "Master, did you see that? It's him." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't point. Be careful or I'll chop off your dog paw." Hearing that, Mu Qing instinctively shrank back. Mu Tianyang frowned and said, "Qin Feiyang, what do you mean? Do you still need to ask?" "Of course I'm taking revenge for that arrow," Qin Feiyang said. "Despicable." Mu Tianyang snorted coldly. "Weren't you despicable when you stopped the cooperation between me and Shangguan Qiu?" Qin Feiyang sneered. "Yes. I admit that we were in the wrong first, but you don't have to be so ruthless. My cooperation with Shangguan Qiu has just gotten on the right track, and you're doing this. Can't you wait for me to earn more soul stones?" Mu Tianyang frowned. "Sorry, I didn't think so much. But, with our relationship, I don't think I need to be so considerate for you, right?" Qin Feiyang shrugged and said lightly, "After all, we're old friends. Do you have to be so ruthless?" Mu Tianyang seemed to admit defeat. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "You came to me just to say this?" Mu Tianyang struggled for a while and sighed. "Give me a way out." Qin Feiyang stared blankly and asked in astonishment, "Are you begging me?" "Yes. I'm begging you." Mu Tianyang nodded. Now that things had come to this, he could only compromise. Because the treasure school was his only source of income now. Qin Feiyang laughed heartily and said, "This is truly unprecedented. You, Mu Tianyang, actually humbly came to beg me. I've already put down my pride. Don't be greedy. If you really piss me off, we'll fight to the death and die together." Mu Tianyang said in a low voice. "Don't be agitated, don't be agitated." Qin Feiyang quickly comforted him. Mu Tianyang really couldn't be pushed too hard. Otherwise, he would expose his identity in a rage. That would be bad. He pondered for a while. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyang and said with a smile, "How about this, let's make money amicably." Chapter 2046. Harmony breeds wealth. Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing looked at each other. Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and asked, "How?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "In the future, we will split the soul stones we earn in the treasure hall equally." "Are you so kind?" Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing were like discovering a new continent. This was too strange. When did he become so generous? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Of course not. I have conditions." "I knew it." Mu Qing muttered and asked, "What conditions?" Help me deal with Feng Yuan. In addition, isn't the resource hall recruiting people this time? Let's go in together. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyang and said. Mu Qing's face changed, and hurriedly said to Mu Tianyang, Ancestor, you can't do that. Mu Tianyang frowned. Qin Feiyang's purpose was already very obvious. He wanted to drag him down completely. Qin Feiyang said, I won't force you. Take your time to think about it. Ancestor, Mu Qing was burning with anxiety. If he really agreed to Qin Feiyang, it would be blatantly going against Feng Yuan. At that time, Feng Yuan would definitely not let them go. A moment passed. Mu Tianyang sighed and said, You can't have both the bear's paw and the fish. Okay, I promise you. Ha ha, happy cooperation. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and laughed. Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes and said with a frown, I'm a little puzzled. Say it. Qin Feiyang said. Before entering the Ninth Heaven Palace, I invited you to cooperate more than once, but you always had a dismissive attitude. So why do you propose cooperation now? Mu Tianyang was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, Isn't it because I'm afraid that you will betray me in desperation? Don't I know you? Don't use such an excuse to fool me. If I'm not wrong, you should be in bigger trouble now. You can't deal with it alone, so you want to find someone to help you. Mu Tianyang sneered. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He shook his head and said with a smile, No one knows me better than Brother Tianyang. Is that true? Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily. Who did you provoke this time? We're not outsiders, so there's no harm in telling you. The people we provoked this time are Shangguan Fenglan and the First Elder. Qin Feiyang sighed. What? Shangguan, the elder? Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing looked at each other. When did this bastard provoke these two terrifying existences? You don't know, they are the ones who want to deal with Feng Yuan, and I'm just a chess piece in their hands. Qin Feiyang said. There's such a thing. Mu Qing was surprised. Mu Tianyang said, So when you didn't kill Feng Wenhai in the square, it was equivalent to disobeying their wishes? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then it seems that as I expected, you really have a private deal with Feng Zihon. And this deal is not a small amount, otherwise you wouldn't have taken such a big risk. Mu Tianyang said. Yes. 4 billion soul stones. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. What? Both of them were dumbfounded. They didn't expect it to be 4 billion. Ancestor, we shouldn't have intervened in this matter. Although we haven't seen the elder, even Qin Feiyang, this bastard, is so afraid of him. You can imagine that his means are definitely not ordinary terrifying. If you offend him, you will definitely not have a good ending. Mu Qing said telepathically. Mu Tianyang was silent. Both of you, I have told you these secrets truthfully. If you go back on your words at the last minute, don't blame me for being ruthless. As you said, at most, we will fight to the death and die together. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and said, Fight to the death with us? Are you joking? Mu Qing sneered. Do you think I'm joking? Then why don't we give it a try? Qin Feiyang's face was full of ridicule. Mu Qing frowned. With this person's means, such a small matter was really not difficult for him. Mu Tianyang pondered for a while, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, This time, you want to enter the resource hall. Is it also Shangguan Fenglan and the elder's idea? Brother Tianyang, you are indeed a generation's emperor. You understand it immediately. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Mu Tianyang sighed and said, They let you enter the resource hall and fight to the death with Feng Yuan, while they benefit from behind. What a good method. Yes. Look at how pitiful I am. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Keep pretending. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Actually, you also want to go to the resource hall. Mu Tianyang snorted. Ancestor, the resource hall is like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den for him. Why does he still want to go in? Mu Qing was puzzled. Mu Tianyang said, Because the vein of souls is in the resource hall. Mu Qing's eyes trembled, and she looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. You even dare to have ideas about the vein of souls. Do you want to die? Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Wealth comes from danger. Ha ha, It's getting more and more interesting. Okay, let's cooperate as usual. But I have a condition. If we really get the vein of souls, we have to share it equally. Mu Tianyang laughed and looked at Qin Feiyang. Crazy. Both of you are crazy. Mu Qing looked at the two of them. They were totally digging their own graves. No problem. Qin Feiyang nodded without hesitation. Then, he glanced at Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang and said, "You have to educate this descendant of yours. You are too timid. It's not your style at all. You are simply embarrassing yourself. You are too much." Mu Qing suddenly became angry. Am I? I'm just telling the truth. Qin Feiyang shrugged. Ahem. Mu Tianyang coughed and said, Mu Qing, regarding this, you really should learn from Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, see? Even your ancestor said so. What else do you have to say? Ancestor, you, Mu Qing had a stomach full of resentment, but because of Mu Tianyang, she dared not say it out. She could only keep it in her heart. Don't be unconvinced. You and Qin Feiyang are real peers. But look at Qin Feiyang. His words and actions are so steady and mature. Look at you. You are like a child. You are not at the same level at all. Mu Tianyang scolded mercilessly. Yes. I will work hard to improve myself. I will learn from him. Mu Qing nodded repeatedly. After being scolded by Mu Tianyang, she really felt a little ashamed. She felt that she was indeed very different from Qin Feiyang. It's good that you know your shortcomings. Mu Tianyang smiled with relief. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he stretched out his hand and said with a smile, okay, I wish us a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Qin Feiyang also stretched out his hand and shook it tightly. Mu Qing looked at the two of them with a trace of a smile in her eyes. Once these two people reached an agreement, it was destined to set off a storm. Qin Feiyang let go of his hand and said with a smile, since we have reached an agreement, let's divide the soul stones. Divide the soul stones? The two of them were stunned. Yes. Didn't you get more than 1 million soul stones from the treasure house during the day? Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang's face darkened. Even before the cooperation? Mu Qing also looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain. She had never seen such a shameless person. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly, saying, sure, we can divide the 1 million soulstones, but shouldn't you also take out the 4 billion soulstones you got from Feng Zihon and let us divide them? Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Her appetite was even bigger than his. Next. Regarding the matter of dividing the soulstones, the three of them had a tacit understanding and did not mention it again. After secretly plotting for a while, Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing stood up and left. After the two of them left, Fire Lotus also returned. Fire Lotus entered the cave and asked, did I see wrongly just now? I think I saw Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing. No, it's them. Qin Feiyang laughed. What are they doing here? Fire Lotus was suspicious. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. Fire Lotus was stunned. Was he really planning to obtain the 9 Heavens Palace's soul vein? She asked, are you sure you want to split it equally with him? Split it equally? How can we split it equally? Mu Tianyang also knows in his heart that it's impossible for me to split it equally with him. Of course, it's impossible for him to split it equally with me. When the time comes to snatch it, it'll all depend on our own abilities. But there are some things that only you know. There's no need to expose them. Qin Feiyang laughed. Fire Lotus heard this and was speechless. Are you tired of scheming against each other like this? It's tiring. But there's no other way. This is the way of the world today. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, asking curiously, where have you been all day? I was just bored, so I went around. Fire Lotus laughed. Qin Feiyang helplessly said, if you're bored, you can cultivate. Aren't you just wasting your time? Yes. I'll definitely work hard in the future. Right, when are we going to report to the inner sect? Fire Lotus asked. Qin Feiyang thought for a bit and said, tomorrow morning. Help me inform Huiyi. Fire Lotus said, I've asked around. Actually, we don't need to stay in the inner sect. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was startled and asked suspiciously. Fire Lotus said, "We can be like senior brother Fengzi and go to the inner sect to register, then continue to stay in the outer sect." There's such a thing. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Normal people definitely can't, but you're an exception. You're now a famous person in our Nine Heavens Palace. Who dares to force you? Fire Lotus covered her mouth and laughed. You're teasing me too? Qin Feiyang helplessly glanced at Fire Lotus and said, "Since we're already here, let's just take things as they come. Since we're going to the inner sect, then let's go." The next day, the sun slowly rose from the horizon. Early morning. Qin Feiyang also called Qin Rushuang out. After all, Qin Rushuang was now a disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace. It wouldn't be right if he didn't go there personally. After this period of seclusion, Qin Rushuang had also stepped into the advanced war god realm and was not far from the perfect war god realm. After tidying up, the three of them walked out of the cave. After Huoyi came out, they flew towards the inner sect together. "Brother Jiang, sister Rushuang, your speed is a bit fast. How long has it been since you entered the Nine Heavens Palace? It seems like it's only been a little over a month. You actually broke through 2 small realms consecutively." Huoyi noticed Qin Feiyang and Qin Rushuang's cultivation and was tongue-tied. Chapter 2047. Hearing Huoyi's words, Qin Feiyang and Qin Rushuang looked at each other and realized that something was wrong. Their cultivation had indeed improved too quickly. In just a month, they had broken through 2 small realms. Even if they had enough soul stones, it was impossible. If this were to spread, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Qin Rushuang said telepathically, "Why don't we hide our cultivation?" "I'm afraid it's too late now." Qin Feiyang mumbled. Yesterday, he had openly entered Sky Dragon City. His cultivation must have been exposed. Qin Rushuang frowned and said, "If someone asks, how should we answer?" This, Qin Feiyang was a little hesitant. Huoyi asked, "Brother Jiang, did you take some divine elixir?" "Divine elixir?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He looked at Huoyi speechlessly and said, "Will you give it to me? I don't have such an elixir." Huoyi laughed. "That's right. How can there be such an elixir in this world? Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you. Actually, our cultivation has always been between perfect and advanced war god." Qin Feiyang said calmly. "What do you mean?" Huoyi was stunned. "What I mean is, we have always hidden our cultivation. As for the reason, it's naturally because we want to keep a low profile." Qin Feiyang smiled and said. Now, he could only think of this excuse. "Is that so? Why don't I believe it?" Huoyi looked at the two suspiciously. "It's up to you to believe it or not," Qin Rushuang said coldly. Huoyi laughed dryly and turned to Fire Lotus. He asked, "Sister Fire Lotus, don't tell me you're also hiding your cultivation?" "Guess." Fire Lotus smiled mockingly. "How can I guess?" Huoyi was extremely helpless. Qin Feiyang glanced at Huoyi and said with a smile, "Brother Hua, don't be so surprised. Actually, you're also hiding your cultivation." "Me? No, no. I am a true great success war god. That's not right. After these days of seclusion, I've also broken through to the perfect war god realm." Huoyi waved his hands. He released a bit of his aura. He really was a perfect war god. But Qin Feiyang and the others didn't believe that this was Huoyi's true strength. After all, how could an existence that even the half-step divine Lord Black Dragon be afraid of be a simple character? During the conversation, the 4 of them passed through the square where the battlefield was, and a towering mountain gradually came into view. From afar, it was densely packed. They were even taller and more majestic than the giant peaks of the outer sect. They were like giant swords that could split the heavens, piercing through the clouds. That was the inner sect. The inner sect was the same as the outer sect. They were all immortals' caves carved out of the various huge peaks. However, in the center of the inner sect, there were 2 giant peaks that were about 1,000 feet tall. On top of each peak, there was a divine tower. The 2 divine pagodas both had 10 floors and were about 1,000 feet tall. They were like 2 kings standing in the air. Among them, The divine pagoda on the left seemed to be made of pure gold. It shone with golden light and was extremely eye-catching. The divine pagoda on the right emitted a dazzling purple-gold light. What's that? Fire Lotus looked at the two divine pagodas curiously. You don't even know this? Hue Yi looked at the three of them in shock. Qin Feiyang and the others shook their heads. Oh my God! You've been in the Empyrean Palace for so long. Don't you know how to ask around? Hue Yi shook his head speechlessly. Qin Rushuang said, Do you think everyone is as free as you? Hue Yi smiled bitterly. The first thing one had to do after arriving at an unfamiliar place was to figure out the situation. This was human nature. How could it be called free? Those two ancient pagodas are called the Pure Gold Divine Pagoda and the Purple Gold Divine Pagoda. They are the cultivation grounds of the Earth Ranking and Heaven Ranking disciples. Hue Yi said. Those on the Heaven Ranking and Earth Ranking receive such treatment. Fire Lotus was surprised. Of course. Those on the two rankings are the strongest among the disciples. The Empyrean Palace will definitely give them special treatment. Hue Yi said. What's special about them? Qin Feiyang and the others were curious. Hue Yi looked at the two pagodas with yearning in his eyes and said word by word, Time array. What? Time array. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. Hue Yi looked at the three of them in surprise and said, You know about the time array too? I've heard a little about it. Qin Feiyang smiled. Amazing. I only learned about the time array after going to the Empyrean Palace and asking around. And you guys have heard about it before. You're not simple. Hue Yi said meaningfully. Qin Rushuang raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, Why are you talking nonsense? Can't you say something useful? Okay. Hue Yi nodded and looked at the Pure Gold Divine Pagoda. The Pure Gold Divine Pagoda is the cultivation ground of the Earth Ranking disciples. There are 10 floors in total, and the law of time on each floor is different. Different? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. The higher you go, the stronger the time array. On the first floor, 1 day is equivalent to 2 days. In other words, 1 day of cultivation on the first floor is equivalent to 2 days outside. On the second floor, 1 day is equivalent to 3 days. On the third floor, 1 day is equivalent to 4 days. On the fourth floor, 1 day is equivalent to 5 days. And so on. Hue Yi said. Not bad. Fire Lotus nodded. Ah. Hue Yi looked at Fire Lotus in astonishment. Such a heaven-defying time array was only considered not bad. Qin Feiyang asked, What about the Purple Gold Divine Pagoda where the Heaven Ranking disciples are? The Purple Gold Divine Pagoda is naturally even more terrifying. On the first floor, 1 day is equivalent to 10 days. On the second floor, 1 day is equivalent to 20 days. On the third floor, 1 day is equivalent to 30 days. Counting in this order, 1 day on the 10th floor of the Pure Gold Divine Pagoda is equivalent to 100 days. In other words, 1 day of cultivation on the 10th floor is equivalent to more than 3 months outside. Don't you think the law of time is terrifying? Hue Yi said. Terrifying. Qin Feiyang and the other two nodded. But in their hearts, they didn't think so. So what if 1 day was equivalent to 3 months? The law of time in the castle was 1 day equivalent to 1 year. It was a huge difference. Qin Feiyang instantly lost interest. In the eyes of the other disciples, these two divine pagodas were cultivation holy lands that they yearned for even in their dreams. But in his eyes, it didn't have any meaning at all. Hue Yi looked at the Purple Gold Divine Pagoda and said with fascination, I really hope that 1 day, I can become an Earth Ranking disciple and enter the 10th floor. No, if I can enter the first floor, I will be satisfied. There will be a chance. Qin Feiyang patted Hue Yi's shoulder and said with a smile. It's difficult. Hue Yi shook his head and sighed. Do you know how to become an Earth Ranking and Heaven Ranking disciple? Qin Feiyang shook his head. I guessed that you don't know anything. Hue Yi rolled his eyes at him and explained, These 2 rankings are for the 10 strongest war gods and the 10 strongest divine lords. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, So, the Earth Ranking is for war gods and the Heaven Ranking is for divine lords? That's right. Hue Yi nodded. Isn't that simple? Let's not talk about the heaven ranking. Let's talk about the earth ranking. With your strength, you can easily get the first place on the earth ranking. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. How can it be that simple? Think about it. Just the outer sect disciples alone are more than 8 million. If you include the inner sect disciples, there will be more than 10 million people. To be able to suppress so many people and enter the earth ranking, which one of them is a simple person? As for the heaven ranking, don't even think about it. Everyone on the heaven ranking is a perfect divine lord. They can kill me 1,000 times over with just a flick of their finger. Hue Yi shook his head. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. In that case, the first place on the heaven ranking, Feng Zihon, was also a perfect divine lord. A perfect divine lord was indeed a terrifying existence. Fire Lotus said with a smile, then go to the earth ranking first. I believe that with your strength, it won't be a problem. Will it really not be a problem? Hue Yi asked. You must have confidence in yourself. Fire Lotus said. All right. I'll give it a try when I break through to perfect divine lord. Hue Yi gritted his teeth and nodded. I have 2 questions. First, the earth ranking is for war gods. In other words, only war gods can enter the earth ranking. Then, what will happen to the disciples on the earth ranking after they break through to divine lord? Will they continue to dominate the earth ranking? Or will they be removed from the earth ranking? Second question, the heaven ranking is for divine lords. Then, how will the disciples on the earth ranking be arranged when they break through to a higher realm? Qin Rushuang looked at Hue Yi and asked suspiciously. First question, as long as a disciple breaks through to divine lord, no, a half-step divine lord, they must immediately leave the earth ranking and return to the status of a normal disciple. Because the earth ranking exists to encourage the disciples of war gods to work hard in their cultivation. Therefore, it can't be occupied by one person forever. Of course. In the past, there were many people who kept their cultivation at perfect divine lord and didn't break through to the earth ranking just to receive more soul stones. After all, the lowest amount of soul stones a disciple of the earth ranking receives every month is 10,000. To them, it's a considerable amount of income. As for the disciples of the heaven ranking, once they break through to divine lord and break through to a higher realm, they will enter a mysterious place. This place is called the Heavenly Palace. Hue Yi said. Heavenly Palace? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were stunned. What was this place? It's said that the Heavenly Palace is directly managed by the Palace Master and the Vice Palace Master. But I heard that the Heavenly Palace isn't in Jiutian Palace. Hue Yi frowned. Not in Jiutian Palace? Qin Feiyang was surprised and asked, then where is the Heavenly Palace? I didn't find out. It seems that the Heavenly Palace is a secret in Jiutian Palace. Hue Yi shook his head. Heavenly Palace, Qin Feiyang mumbled. Only disciples above Divine Lord could enter. This kind of mysterious place really made people curious. We're here. Hue Yi raised his head and looked ahead. His gaze locked onto a sword peak not far away and he smiled. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked over and saw a large hall on top of the sword peak. On top of the hall, there were 3 big words. Inner Sect Duty Hall. Hue Yi suddenly transmitted his voice, you guys have to be careful. His tone was very serious. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were suspicious. This inner sect elder is called Jin Yunchang. He is Jin Fatso's father and Feng Yuan's son-in-law. Hue Yi thought. Feng Yuan's son-in-law? Enemies are really bound to meet on a narrow road. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Chapter 2048. Deacon's Hall. Basically, no one came here. This was because the inner sect disciples would go directly to the resource hall to collect soul stones. If there were any disputes, they would basically go to the battlefield to resolve them. Therefore, the inner sect Deacon's Hall was considered the quietest place. Inside the hall, a middle-aged man in a golden robe was lying on a chair, humming a tune while drinking tea. He was extremely satisfied. This person was Jin Yunchang. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 walked to the door, looked at Jin Yunchang, and cupped their hands. Greetings, Elder Jin, we are here to report. Jin Yunchang was stunned, opened his eyes, looked at Qin Feiyang and the other three, and an imperceptible cold light flashed in his eyes. Immediately after, he got up and walked to the desk, and said indifferently, "Come in." Qin Feiyang and the other three entered the hall one after another. Qin Rushuang said, "This person doesn't look like Jin Fatso." This Jin Yunchang had a thin figure, and he looked gentle and refined. Jin Fatso, on the other hand, was fat all over. Hue Yi secretly laughed. "You haven't seen Jin Fatso's mother." "What do you mean?" Qin Rushuang was suspicious. Hue Yi said, "Jin Fatso takes after his mother's appearance." "It can't be." Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. "Why do you think this Jin Yunchang likes Feng Yuan's daughter?" "It's all because he wants to rely on Feng Yuan." Hue Yi sneered. "I see. If there's a chance, I really want to see how outstanding Jin Fatso's mother is." Fire Lotus secretly thought. When the four of them walked to the desk, Jin Yunchang said, "Jiang Haotian, Jiang Rushuang, Jiang Fire Lotus, Hue Yi, right?" "Yes." The four of them nodded. Wasn't this asking the obvious? As Feng Yuan's son-in-law, how could he not know them? Jin Yunchang said, "Give me your original identity token." Qin Feiyang and the other three took out their tokens and handed them to Jin Yunchang. Jin Yunchang glanced at them one by one, then waved his hand, and the four tokens shattered. Following closely. Then, he took out 4 black identity medallions from his Cosmos ring and branded their names on them. Then, he handed the medallions to Qin Feiyang and the other three. "From now on, you are all inner sect disciples. You must abide by the rules of the inner sect. The rules of the inner sect are similar to those of the outer sect. The only difference is that without permission, no one is allowed to enter the Crimson Gold Divine Tower and the Purple Gold Divine Tower." Jin Yunchang said. "Disciple understands." The four of them nodded. Jin Yunchang said, "As for your cave residences, I have already arranged them. They will be in the 1st and 4th cave residences of the 1st Sacred Mountain." "First Sacred Peak." Hue Yi raised his eyebrows imperceptibly and said, "Elder Jin, with the cultivation of the four of us, it doesn't seem suitable for us to go to the 1st Sacred Peak. Although your cultivation bases aren't that great, you are still influential figures of our 9 Heavens Palace. Naturally, we will give you a good cave abode. Of course, this is also something that my father-in-law personally instructed me to arrange. Consider it a bit of compensation and apology to you all." Jin Yunchang said. Hue Yi smiled and said, "Then thank you, Elder, and Hall Master Feng Yuan." "No problem. You all can go." Jin Yunchang waved his hand and said, "Disciple will take his leave." Hue Yi bowed and said. He gave a look to Qin Feiyang and the other two before turning around and quickly leaving the assignment hall. After the four of them left, Jin Yunchang's eyes flashed with a cold smile as he took out the image crystal. Buzz. Soon. Feng Yuan's shadow appeared. "Greetings, father-in-law." Jin Yunchang said respectfully. "What's the matter?" Feng Yuan asked. Jin Yunchang said, "Jiang Haotian and the other three have already entered the inner sect." Feng Yuan's eyes were filled with killing intent as he asked, "What's the arrangement?" Jin Yunchang said respectfully, "According to your instructions, they will be arranged to the 1st Sacred Peak." "Well done." Feng Yuan nodded. "In addition, I also found out that Jiang Haotian's cultivation is already a perfect war god." Jin Yunchang said in surprise. "What? Perfect war god? Are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" Feng Yuan was surprised. "No." Jin Yunchang shook his head. "How is this possible? Before entering the 9 Heavens Palace, he was only a low-level war god. It seems like only a month has passed. Although he got a lot of soul stones from us, how could he break through 2 small realms in a month?" Feng Yuan was in disbelief. Jin Yunchang shook his head and said, "This is also what I can't figure out." Feng Yuan said, "From now on, you have to keep an eye on him for this old man, understand?" "Understood." Jin Yunchang nodded. After hesitating for a moment, he said respectfully, "Father-in-law, there's a small matter that I would like to ask for your help." Feng Yuan smiled and said, "We're all family. It's too polite to say that you're helping. Speak. Do you still remember Jinju?" Jin Yunchang said. Jinju, Feng Yuan frowned, thought for a while, and said, "Are you talking about your cousin's son?" "Yes. This child also wants to enter the resource hall this time." Jin Yunchang said. "He's your nephew, so he's also our family. This is a good thing. What's his cultivation?" Feng Yuan asked. "Perfect war god." Jin Yunchang said. "The minimum requirement for the resource hall to recruit people is a perfect war god. His cultivation is enough. How about this? Just let him register at the resource hall. At that time, this old man will arrange for him to successfully pass the assessment." Feng Yuan said. "Thank you, father-in-law," Jin Yunchang said gratefully. Feng Yuan smiled, but for some reason, he suddenly frowned. "What's wrong?" Jin Yunchang was suspicious. Feng Yuan said, "Do you think this Jiang Haotian will also come to the resource hall to register?" "Him? Impossible. You're the hall master of the resource hall. Isn't he courting death by going to the resource hall?" "I think he can't be so stupid," Jin Yunchang said. "Not necessarily. What if he wants to get close to this old man? It seems that we have to be careful about this matter." Feng Yuan said. "Father-in-law, he's just a mere disciple. Aren't you being too cautious?" Jin Yunchang frowned. "A mere disciple?" Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "You dare to say this? Have you forgotten how Wenhai fell into his hands?" Jin Yunchang's expression changed and hurriedly said, "I know my mistake. Please forgive me, father-in-law." Feng Yuan said in a deep voice, "You can't be careless with this kid." "Yes, yes, yes." Jin Yunchang nodded repeatedly. Looking at Feng Yuan's gloomy face, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Suddenly, his eyes turned and looked at Feng Yuan. "How about this? You increase the difficulty of the registration." "What do you mean?" Feng Yuan was slightly stunned and looked at Jin Yunchang suspiciously. In the past, wasn't the minimum requirement for the resource hall to recruit perfect war god? Then now, we might as well raise the minimum requirement to perfect war god. This way, even if Jiang Haotian has heaven-defying abilities, he won't be able to break through to perfect war god before the registration. Jin Yunchang said. "Sure." Feng Yuan's eyes lit up and laughed. "Let's do it this way. Isn't this Jiang Haotian and the others?" Qin Feiyang and the other three were quickly discovered on their way to the first sacred peak. "Junior brother Jiang, nice to meet you. You've already been approved to enter the inner sect. Actually, it's only right. You were originally first place in the assessment. If it wasn't for Feng Wenhai framing you behind your backs, you would have been inner sect disciples long ago. The most infuriating thing is that the reward for first place has also been cancelled. I really pity you." Many people took the initiative to greet them. Qin Feiyang also smiled and replied to them one by one. "Brother, your popularity now is no less than Feng Zihon's." Fire Lotus covered her mouth and laughed. "Don't make fun of me. Didn't you hear what they said? They're completely sympathizing with me. That's not right. Not only are they sympathizing with me, they're also sympathizing with you guys." Qin Feiyang was helpless. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at Hui Yi and transmitted his voice. "Brother Hui, when you heard the name First Sacred Peak, your reaction seemed a little abnormal." "We noticed it too." Fire Lotus and Qin Rushuang nodded. Hui Yi looked at the three and sighed. In addition to the Sword Peaks, the Crimson Gold Divine Tower, and the Purple Gold Divine Tower, there is another place, which is the 10 Sacred Peaks. 10 Sacred Peaks. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and suspiciously looked at Hui Yi. The 10 Sacred Peaks are above the Sword Peaks. It is said that under each sacred peak, there is a level 5 spirit vein. Not only can the spirit vein give birth to spirit stones, the energy it emits is also of great help in condensing divine sense. Therefore, cultivating in the sacred peaks is twice the result with half the effort compared to the sword peaks. Hui Yi said. "This is a good thing," Fire Lotus said. "Yes. This Feng Yuan really has a conscience. He actually gave us such a good place." Qin Rushuang also laughed. But Qin Feiyang did not speak. He lowered his head and pondered. "Good thing." Hui Yi was stunned and shook his head. "Not necessarily." "What do you mean?" Qin Rushuang and Fire Lotus were puzzled. The disciples of the 10 sacred peaks are all perfect Sir Gods. Their strength is extremely terrifying. Moreover, they are all candidates for the heaven role. Huiyi said. So strong. Fire Lotus was stunned and then said, but, does this have anything to do with us? Of course it does. These people are all geniuses. Do you think they will allow war god level disciples like us to enter the sacred peaks? Moreover, the cave residences that Feng Yuan has arranged for us are cave residences number 1 and 4 in the first sacred peak. The first sacred peak is the strongest among the 10 sacred peaks. And the people in cave residences number 1 to 4 are basically terrifying existences that can shake the heaven role disciples. Now, we have taken over their cave residences. Will they be convinced? Of course they won't. I bet that when we step into the first sacred peak later, there will be people coming to find trouble with us. Huiyi sighed and was worried. So, Feng Yuan seems to be helping us, but he is actually harming us? Fire Lotus frowned. Yes. His goal is very simple. He wants us to become the public enemy of the 10 sacred peaks disciples. Huiyi said. Even now, he is still scheming against us. It seems that the previous lesson was not enough. Fire Lotus snorted coldly, her eyes full of anger. Chapter 2049. Qin Rushuang turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, a perfect Sir God is not someone we can fight against now. We have to think of a way in advance. Yes, Brother Jiang. We can't take this lightly. If we don't solve it immediately, there will be endless trouble later. Huiyi also looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and his eyes flickered. After a while, Huiyi and the other two stopped at the same time and scanned the void in front of them. Their pupils contracted tightly. Qin Feiyang was so engrossed in his thoughts that he did not notice that Huiyi and the other two had stopped and continued to walk forward. Brother, Fire Lotus saw this and quickly pulled Qin Feiyang back. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at Fire Lotus suspiciously. What's wrong? What are you thinking so deeply about? Qin Rushuang frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I'm just thinking about how to solve your problems. Qin Rushuang stared at the void in front of them and said in a deep voice, there's no need to think about it. Trouble has already come. Already? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked up. His face suddenly changed. There was a vast plain in front of them. On the plain, there were 10 towering peaks of about 10,000 feet. On the top of each peak, there was a tall stone tablet with a few bold words engraved on it. First sacred peak. Second sacred peak. Third sacred peak. Fourth sacred peak, that's right. This was where the 10 sacred peaks were located. It was only a few dozen miles away from the Crimson Gold Divine Tower and the Purple Gold Divine Tower. At this moment, whether it was the plain below, the top of the 10 sacred peaks, or in front of each cave residence, there were people there. Without exception, they were all looking up at Qin Feiyang and the other three. They are indeed very strong. Qin Feiyang muttered. There were men and women among these people. Everyone's aura was unfathomable. Everyone's temperament was also outstanding. Brother Jiang, why don't we go to Shangguan Fenglan? Huiyi transmitted his voice. This battle formation was too terrifying. He didn't even dare to move. It's useless to look for her. At most, it can only intimidate these people temporarily. Qin Feiyang thought. Indeed, treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Qin Rushuang nodded. Then what should we do? Looking at their formation, it won't be easy for them to settle this matter today. Huiyi was quite anxious. No rush, no rush. Qin Feiyang smiled inwardly and whispered a few words into Fire Lotus's ear. Fire Lotus's eyes lit up when she heard this. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, come back quickly. All right. Fire Lotus nodded, then turned around and flew away like a bolt of lightning. Huiyi looked at Fire Lotus's back and suspiciously asked, what did you tell Fire Lotus to do? You'll know soon enough. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. Hello, junior brother Jiang. In the blink of an eye, a young man in white stepped forward and cupped his hands at Qin Feiyang, looking gentle and polite. Hello, senior brother. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands in return. The young man in white smiled and said, "Last time on the battlefield, junior brother Jiang, Shatai, and Feng Wenhai became famous in one battle. I admire you. You're too kind. I'm still far from being comparable to you senior brothers and sisters." Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hands. "Junior brother Jiang is really humble. But junior brother Jiang, did you come to the wrong place? This is the 10 Great Saint Peaks, not the Sword Peak." The young man in white said. "They are here." Qin Rushuang and Huiyi's hearts skipped a beat. They were just being polite before, and now they were getting to the point. "Is there?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. After thinking about it, he looked at the young man in white and said, "It seems that Elder Jin arranged for us to come to the Saint Peak." The young man in white asked, "Then, junior brother Jiang, do you know what kind of place the Saint Peak is?" "I've heard a little about it. Everyone here is a candidate for the heaven role. They're all famous. It's our honor to be able to live under the same roof with everyone and cultivate together." Qin Feiyang smiled. "I didn't expect junior brother Jiang to be such a flatterer. It's no wonder that he could make such a name for himself in Nine Heavens Palace in just over a month. Even we heaven role candidates are ashamed of ourselves." Several young men and women laughed. However, their words were full of ridicule. Qin Feiyang naturally understood, so he didn't get angry. He smiled and said, "Senior brothers and sisters, you all have honorable statuses and powerful strength. We have just arrived here, so of course we have to curry favor with you. Haha, that's good to hear. Junior Martial Brother Jiang, you didn't flatter Jin Yunchang like this in exchange for cave abodes number 1 and number 4, right? Why don't you teach us? Although our strength is indeed very strong, compared to Junior Martial Brother Jiang's bootlicking skills, we really can't compare." As soon as those words were said, everyone here roared with laughter. The sarcasm on their faces was also undisguised. "You're getting more and more outrageous." Looking at those ugly faces, Qin Rushuang and Huiyi's faces darkened. However, Qin Feiyang's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "You flatter me. If you really want to learn how to flatter, I will teach you with all my strength." "Haha, teach with all your strength. Can't you tell that we're mocking him? It seems that this person is just a flatterer." Everyone laughed non-stop. The young man in white also smiled brightly and said, "Senior brother Jiang, do you like our welcome ceremony? Senior brothers and sisters, thank you for your thoughtfulness. The few of us really like it." Qin Feiyang nodded. The young man in white said, "It's good that you like it. We were afraid that we would make you angry. After all, your reputation is rising now, and we can't afford to offend you. You're too kind. Compared to all of you, I'm still far behind." Qin Feiyang shook his head again and again. "Junior brother Jiang is humble. We have already prepared the first cave dwelling for junior brother Jiang. Now, we invite junior brother Jiang to stay. Of course, there is also junior brother Huiyi and junior sister Jiang Rushuang." The young man in white said with a smile and retreated to the side. The others also retreated one after another, making a path. Huiyi hurriedly transmitted his voice, "Brother Jiang, they are obviously provoking us." "You can't go." "Why not?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and walked toward the first cave dwelling step by step. Huiyi and Jiang Rushuang looked at each other and could only helplessly follow. Soon, Qin Feiyang and the other two walked past the young man in white. "You still dare to go?" The young man in white raised his eyebrows. The others looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, and the smiles on their faces gradually disappeared and were replaced by wisps of cold light. However, Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye to this. His face was also calm. However, Qin Rushuang and Huiyi were very nervous at this moment. They were deeply afraid that the people on both sides would suddenly attack them. At the same time, they also admired Qin Feiyang's courage. In the face of so many perfect Sir Gods, he could still act as if nothing had happened. What a terrifying state of mind. Swoosh! Just as they were about to enter the first sacred peak, the young man in white suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of the three of them. Qin Feiyang was stunned and stopped in his tracks. He looked at the young man in white and said with a smile, "Senior brother, is there a welcoming ceremony?" Ah! The young man in white was stunned. Was this person stupid? Didn't he see that everyone's faces had changed? However, in the next moment, he felt that something was wrong. Because he vaguely caught a trace of mockery in Qin Feiyang's smile. This person had been pretending to be stupid all this time? What an interesting scene. I thought that the disciples of the 10 sacred peaks should be a group of great people, but I didn't expect them to be a group of clowns. Qin Feiyang chuckled and no longer concealed it. There was no need to. Because calculating the time, Fire Lotus should be back. What? Did he say that we're clowns? Is he borrowing courage from the heavens? He was obviously playing with us before. Pretending to be stupid? Preposterous. How dare he play with the disciples of the 10 sacred peaks like monkeys? The group of people was immediately furious. Monkeys? Are you worthy? Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully. The young man in white's eyes turned cold and he said gloomily, Jiang Haotian, I dare you to say that again. The others also looked at him angrily. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and looked around. Finally, he looked at the young man in white and said with a smile, Senior brother, do you know? The others are a bit like monkeys, but you are especially like a dog because you bark the loudest. How dare you? The young man in white was enraged and his aura surged. Senior brother, have you forgotten the rules of the 9 Heavens Palace? Disciples are not allowed to fight in private. Or are you saying that as a disciple of the sacred peaks, you can ignore this rule? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The young man in white clenched his fists. This was obviously a trap. If he dared to say that the disciples of the sacred peaks could ignore these rules, then the people of the disciplinary hall would come knocking on his door. How sinister. He held back his anger and stared at Qin Feiyang. He said in a deep voice, I challenge you now. Go to the battlefield immediately. Challenge? Senior brother, is there something wrong with your brain? A perfect Sir God actually issued a challenge to a perfect war god. Amazing, really amazing. Such shameless behavior. I'm about to prostrate myself in admiration. Qin Feiyang gave him a thumbs up and said with admiration. Hearing this, the young man in white's face turned green and red. However, no one stood up for the young man in white. They all fell silent. A few simple words were enough to humiliate the other party. This person was indeed difficult to deal with. Looks like we've underestimated him. 4 young men stood at the peak of the first sacred peak. They were tall and had good looks. The aura they exuded was more outstanding than the others. The one who spoke was one of them. He was wearing a golden robe and a golden crown. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had his hands behind his back. He looked like a king who had descended and exuded a terrifying aura. So what? He's just a perfect war god. Dealing with him is easier than killing a dog or a chicken. That's right. Since he dared to snatch our cave abodes, he must pay the price. The other 3 sneered. These 4 people were the original owners of cave abodes number 1 and number 4. They were second only to the disciples on the heaven roll and had high prestige among the disciples of the 9 Heavens Palace. The disciples of the 10 sacred peaks basically followed their lead. Chapter 2050. The golden-robed man glanced at Qin Feiyang, then at the other 3, asking, what kind of price do you want him to pay? Jin Yunchang has already given our cave dwelling to them, they won't be able to get it back. And facing our challenge, they won't dare to accept it. We don't dare to kill them. If that's the case, then let them crawl into the cave dwelling like dogs, that's enough to vent our anger. The other 3 sneered. All right. Let's do that. The golden-robed man nodded and transmitted his voice to the white-robed man. Don't act on impulse. If you really attack, you'll be severely punished by the enforcement hall. The white-robed man shuddered and turned to look at the golden-robed man. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang also looked over. When he saw the golden-robed man and the other 3, a sharp light flashed across his eyes. Although he didn't know the identities of the 4, it was obvious that the white-robed man was ordered by them. Seeing Qin Feiyang looking at them, the golden-robed man and the other 3 also looked at Qin Feiyang. The moment their gazes met, invisible sparks seemed to fly. The golden-robed man transmitted his voice, Tell everyone to release their auras and let them crawl into the cave dwelling. Crawl into the cave dwelling, the white-robed man muttered, a cold light flashed in his eyes. If they crawled into the cave dwelling, even if they successfully moved into cave dwelling number 1 and 4, they would become a joke in Nine Heavens Palace. Boom. He made a prompt decision. The white-robed man released a terrifying aura, rushing towards Qin Feiyang and the other two. Qin Rushuang turned pale with fright, saying inwardly, Feiyang, quickly go to the Black Tortoise world. No need. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. He didn't feel any killing intent from this aura, so it shouldn't be killing him. Moreover, this person wouldn't dare to violate Nine Heavens Palace's rules. As expected, when the white-robed man's aura surged, there wasn't any killing intent, as if he just wanted to force them to kneel. The white-robed man had a contemptuous attitude at first, but it slowly disappeared, replaced by a trace of disbelief. He realized. Under his pressure, Qin Feiyang and the other two did not show any signs of prostrating themselves. It was as if his pressure had no effect on the three of them. What was going on? The others, including the golden-robed man and the other three, were also shocked. How could two perfect battle gods and a great success battle god withstand the suppression of a perfect divine lord? How was this possible? Could it be that they were hiding their cultivation? Everyone, attack! Suddenly, the golden-robed man's voice resounded in the minds of all the disciples of the 10 sacred peaks. Boom! Immediately, streams of auras erupted like volcanoes. Every Saint Peak disciple present unleashed their aura, surging towards Qin Feiyang and the other two like an avalanche. What are you trying to do? Qin Rushuang said angrily. Didn't you want cave abodes number 1 to 4? Now, we will fulfill your wish. As long as you crawl into the cave abodes now, these 4 caves will belong to you in the future. The white-clothed young man grinned maliciously. His attitude was completely different from his previous gentle and courteous attitude. The cave abodes were arranged by Elder Jin. If you have any objections, go look for him. What's the use of looking for us? It seems that you only dare to intimidate us with your connections. Qin Rushuang's face was full of ridicule. How dare you be so arrogant? The white-clothed young man laughed angrily and roared, everyone, don't hold back. Make them kneel. Boom. Suddenly, everyone's aura soared several times in an instant. Even Qin Feiyang's face was pale. The blood in his body was surging and a bloody taste rushed to his throat. Feiyang, hide for a while. If this goes on, you will bleed. Qin Rushuang said anxiously. Qin Feiyang was silent. He raised his head and looked at the golden-robed man and the other three on the peak. His eyes were filled with a murderous glint. As for the other 4, they were gloating. Seeing that Qin Feiyang and the other 3 did not kneel, the white-clothed young man became angry and shouted, let's see how long you can hold on. It's so lively. But before his voice died away, loud laughter rolled in. This voice, it's lunatic. The golden-robed man and the other 3's faces changed. The white-clothed young man and the other disciples of Saint Peak also changed their expressions. Why was lunatic here? But at the same time, Qin Feiyang's face showed a trace of a smile. Qin Rushuang and Hue Yi were puzzled. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, 2 figures descended beside Qin Feiyang and the other 2. It was Lunatic and Fire Lotus. It's Jiang Haotian's sister, Fire Lotus Jiang. Could it be that the madman is a helper they found? Everyone was surprised. So many people's aura, what are they doing? Lunatic glanced at the white-clothed young man and the others. No one dared to say a word. They immediately retracted their aura. Qin Feiyang also quickly suppressed the surging blood in his body. He cupped his hands and said apologetically, Senior brother, I'm sorry for making you come here. It's no big deal. Anyway, I just wanted to take a look around the inner sect. Lunatic waved his hand. It really is their helper, but why is Lunatic so close to Jiang Haotian? Everyone was in disbelief. The golden-clothed man and the other 3 couldn't help but frown. This helper had quite a bit of weight. Lunatic glanced at the crowd and finally looked at the white-clothed young man. He smiled and said, You were the one who shouted the loudest just now. The white-clothed young man panicked. Lunatic rubbed his chin and looked at the white-clothed young man. Why didn't I know that there was someone more arrogant than me in Empyrean Palace? The white-clothed young man's face turned pale. He hurriedly said, Senior brother Lunatic, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Lunatic grinned and landed in front of the white-clothed young man. He raised his hand and slapped the white-clothed young man's face. Pa! With a loud slap, the white-clothed young man flew out on the spot with blood gushing out of his mouth. Lunatic looked at his arm and hurriedly ran up. I'm sorry, I didn't intend to hit you just now. This is also a misunderstanding, don't be angry. No. I'm not angry, I'm not angry. The white-clothed young man waved his hand and hurriedly retreated as if he had seen a demon king. You're really not angry? Lunatic asked. No. This is just a misunderstanding, why would I be angry? The white-clothed young man said with a flattering smile. You're not angry, but I'm very angry right now. Lunatic's expression changed instantly. He took a step forward and grabbed the white-clothed young man and punched. With a scream, the white-clothed young man's head exploded like a watermelon. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. He died on the spot. What? He killed him directly? This scene caused Qin Feiyang and the others to be dumbfounded. In fact, they had asked Lunatic to come over purely to teach these people a lesson. It was fine as long as they didn't cause trouble for them in the future. But they never expected that he would kill them on the spot. The rules of Empyrean Palace forbade fighting, let alone killing in public. This fellow was indeed an out-and-out lunatic. The disciples of the 10 sacred peaks were also dumbfounded, and an indescribable fear welled up in their hearts. This was especially true for the golden-robed man and the other 3. Their faces were ashen and their bodies were trembling. They were terrified to the extreme. However, Lunatic was fearless. He looked at the white-clothed young man's corpse and shook his head. Isn't it good to be alive? You're just courting death. Then he loosened his grip and the white-clothed young man's corpse fell to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Lunatic killed someone again? Heavens, who is so unlucky to provoke such a lawless person? The inner disciples heard the commotion and rushed over. Seeing this scene, they began to discuss. Killed someone again? What do you mean? That is to say, this isn't the first time he killed someone in public. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 looked at each other. It seemed that they had underestimated Lunatic's position in Empyrean Palace. After killing someone in public, who would believe that he was still alive and kicking in Empyrean Palace? Suddenly, Madman then looked at the golden-robed man and the other 3. The 4 shuddered and quickly turned to flee. Lunatic didn't move. He crossed his arms and mocked, if you want to die, then run. The 4 trembled and stopped. They slowly turned to look at Lunatic. They were about to cry. Come over here obediently. Lunatic grinned. The 4 of them immediately dove down. Like 4 rubber balls, they really rolled all the way to the madman. Lunatic said, Speak, what do you want? The 4 hurriedly said, Senior brother Lunatic, this matter has nothing to do with us. We swear, what I hate the most is being treated as a fool. The madman's eyes turned cold as he kicked the 4 of them. We don't dare. Senior brother Lunatic, we were wrong. We were blind, we didn't know they were under your protection. Give us a chance, we won't dare to do it again. The 4 knelt in the air and begged. Lunatic said, Jiang Haotian has a saying that I like the most. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. Say it. We'll do whatever you tell us to do. The 4 hurriedly said. Madman said, Take off all your clothes and run around the inner sect and outer sect naked for me. This, the 4's faces turned pale. Strip naked. Run naked. How could they face others in the future? Lunatic raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled. Looks like I have to do it. No. Senior brother Madman, we're all reputable figures. You want us to run around naked? What kind of scandal is this? How about this, we apologize to Jiang Haotian and the others and compensate them. The 4 said bitterly. You know that you are people with status. Then why did you bully a few new disciples? Lunatic laughed angrily. We don't dare. We really don't dare, senior brother Lunatic, please, give us a chance. The four kept kowtowing and begging, their hearts filled with regret. Why were they so unlucky to provoke this fierce person? They had never heard of this before. Was Jiang Haotian one of Lunatic's people? Chapter 2051. Madman frowned and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, asking, Jiang Haotian, what do you think we should do? Once again, he gave the choice to Qin Feiyang. Junior brother Jiang, we apologize to you, we're sorry. Give us face, we'll do anything, as long as you don't make us run naked. The golden-robed man and the other three hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and begged. Qin Feiyang glanced at the four of them, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, he smiled and asked, you guys don't like running naked? The four of them nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled, I like to watch others do things I don't like. It was obvious that these four people were vengeful people. Even if he didn't let them run naked now, they would think of ways to take revenge on him in the future. So it was better to collect some interest in advance. Hearing this, the four of them turned pale. Didn't you hear? Go. Madman shouted. The four of them stood up in fear, their faces flushed red as they slowly took off their clothes. Hurry up. Madman raised his eyebrows. The four of them shuddered and hastened their movements. They quickly took off their clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts. Madman looked at the shorts of the four and frowned. Don't you know the meaning of running naked? I know. The four of them nodded. Their hands grabbed their shorts, but they didn't have the courage to take it off. Because once they took it off, they would become a joke in the Nine Heavens Palace. Madman, what are you doing? Suddenly, an angry roar sounded. Following closely, a middle-aged man descended from the sky, his face full of anger. It was really Jin Yunchang. Elder Jin, you have to make a decision for us. This madman is too much. Not only did he kill us in public, but he also made us run naked. Seeing the arrival of Jin Yunchang, the golden-robed man and the other three immediately ran to Jin Yunchang's side as if they had seen their savior. Jin Yunchang glanced at the four of them and then lowered his head to look at the corpse of the white-robed young man. He was instantly enraged. He glared at Madman and shouted, do you have any regard for the rules of my Nine Heavens Palace? We're in big trouble now. I'm afraid we'll alarm the big shots above. Huoyi transmitted his voice. Let's wait and see. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Madman was taken aback. He looked up at Jin Yunchang with disdain. You want to talk about rules with me? How dare you? Jin Yunchang was furious. Whoosh. The madman took a step forward and instantly closed in on Jin Yunchang. He grinned and said, what did you say? I dare you to say it again. Facing the powerful madman, Jin Yunchang revealed a look of fear. Don't think that you have the right to show off in front of me just because you have Feng Yuan as your backer. Let me tell you, if you provoke me, let alone a gigolo like you, even if it's Feng Yuan, I won't let him off easily. Madman sneered. Gigolo? Qin Feiyang and the other three looked at each other. This guy really didn't give them any face at all. The inner sect disciples at the back also looked at each other when they heard Madman's words. In fact, they all knew that Jin Yunchang only married Feng Yuan's daughter because he fancied Feng Yuan's power. But for this matter, they didn't dare to say it out loud like Madman. After all, Jin Yunchang was an inner sect elder and they didn't dare to offend him. Looking at Jin Yunchang, he stared at Madman with his fists clenched. His face was green and red. What? Did I say something wrong? If you didn't hook up with Feng Yuan, would you be able to sit on the position of an inner sect elder? But an inner sect elder is actually the same as an outer sect elder. They're just gatekeepers. What's there to be arrogant about? Madman had a look of disdain. Preposterous. Jin Yunchang flew into a rage. He was about to go crazy. Who was the one being arrogant now? Madman couldn't be bothered with him. He looked at the four and shouted, I'll say it again. Go run naked for me. Elder Jin. The four of them looked at Jin Yunchang helplessly. Jin Yunchang suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, Madman, if you continue to mess around, I'll report it to the Grand Elder. Go. Do you think I'm afraid of an old man? Madman said contemptuously. He doesn't even put the Grand Elder in his eyes. Isn't he too arrogant? Qin Feiyang and the other three were speechless. This guy was indeed a madman. His rebelling. Grand Elder, are you going to take care of such a disciple? Jin Yunchang roared again and again. Madman turned a deaf ear to him. He looked at the four and shouted, "Do you want to run naked or not?" We, Elder Jin, the four of them were desperate to the extreme. It seems that I've been away from the inner sect for too long. My words no longer have any effect. Madman's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand and a golden light burst out. Boom. A destructive aura suddenly burst out from it. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. The aura of this golden light was too familiar. It was the golden light that had shattered the blood fleeting several times. One must know. The blood fleeting was formed by the kill tactic. To be able to shatter the blood fleeting, one could imagine how terrifying this golden light was. Seeing Madman make a move, the faces of the four changed drastically. They hurriedly shouted, "We'll run naked, we'll run naked." Even Jin Yunchang instinctively retreated when he saw the golden light. It's too late. Madman sneered. The golden light surged and drowned the four of them. Screams immediately resounded in all directions. When the golden light dissipated, the four of them had already lost their lives and fell to the ground below. This scene made this place fall into a dead silence. No one would have thought that Madman would actually kill the four of them. One must know that these four people were the strongest existences below the heavenless. Even the big shots had to give them some face. But now, he actually killed them without any hesitation. It was too terrifying. Qin Feiyang and the other three were especially shocked. First, he killed the youth in white in public. Now, in front of Jin Yunchang, he killed the four strongest people below the heaven list. What else was there that this madman didn't dare to do? Looking at the madman at this moment, his aura was extremely terrifying. He was like a king, causing people to tremble in fear. You really won't cry until you enter the coffin. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. The golden light retracted back into his body like a tide. He then lowered his head and swept his gaze across the disciples of the 10 sacred peaks. At this moment, no one dared to look him in the eye. Indeed, madmen had left the inner sect for too long, so much so that they had forgotten this madman's methods. This was a devil that couldn't be provoked. Madman sneered and said, "Who else is unhappy? Quickly stand out and let this father have a look." No one from the 10 sacred peaks said a word. Even Jin Yunchang's face was full of panic. "Madman, have you had enough?" Suddenly, an angry shout sounded. A woman in a purple dress descended from the sky. It was Shangguan Fenglan. At this moment, her face was covered with frost. "Greetings to the Lord of the Temple." For a time, all the disciples below bowed one after another. Shangguan Fenglan. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. "Lord of the Temple, you came at the right time. This madman is too presumptuous. Not only did he humiliate me, an inner sect elder, but he also openly killed 5 sacred peak disciples." Jin Yunchang hurriedly flew up and said angrily. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Madman and asked, "Is what he said the truth?" "Yes." Madman nodded. "Why did you do this?" Shangguan Fenglan said in a deep voice. "Ask him." Madman picked his ear and glanced at Jin Yunchang. "Ask me?" Jin Yunchang was taken aback. Jin Yunchang, a straightforward person, doesn't do underhanded things. Jiang Haotian and the others just entered the 9th Heaven Palace. What qualifications do they have to enter the sacred peak? Madman sneered. "En." Shangguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows, swept a glance at Qin Feiyang and the others, and turned to look at Jin Yunchang. "You arranged for them to come to the sacred peak?" Jin Yunchang's expression became flustered again. Shangguan Fenglan said, "Elder Jin, I'm afraid you have to give me an explanation for this matter. Lord of the Temple, it's like this. I saw that they were talented and didn't want to waste such good talents, so I arranged for them to come to the sacred peak, but I didn't expect to cause such a big commotion. I didn't consider this matter thoroughly. I'm willing to accept the punishment." Jin Yunchang's eyes turned as he bowed. "Is that all?" Shangguan Fenglan said. That's all. Jin Yunchang nodded. You're quite good at pretending. But ask the people here, who doesn't know that you're abusing your power to avenge a private grudge? Using the people of the 10 sacred peaks to deal with Jiang Haotian and the others to avenge Feng Wenhai, what a brilliant method. Madman mocked. Nonsense. Jin Yunchang said angrily. Nonsense. Then as you said, Jiang Haotian and the others are all talents and need to be nurtured well, but there's no need to arrange for them to go to the first and fourth cave abodes of the first sacred peak. Isn't this clearly making them a target for everyone? Madman said. Madman, don't slander me, Jin Yunchang shouted angrily. Madman said indifferently, justice is in the hearts of the people. Whether I'm slandering you or not, everyone knows in their hearts. Now that Shangguan Fenglan was here, Madman's attitude was also restrained. Lord of the Temple, I really didn't think of wrongly accusing them. I just wanted to nurture them well. Jin Yunchang looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, I don't know whether I'm wrongly accused or not. But you do have an unshirkable responsibility for this matter. From now on, you're stripped of your position as an inner sect elder. Go home and enjoy your old age. Shangguan Fenglan said indifferently. What? Lord of the Temple, you, Jin Yunchang was dumbfounded. Stripped of his position as an inner sect elder? Go home and enjoy his old age? Wasn't this equivalent to driving him out of the 9 Heavens Palace? What? Do you have an objection to my ruling? Shangguan Fenglan said. I don't dare. Jin Yunchang hurriedly waved his hand and said, but I just made an unintentional mistake. Without waiting for Jin Yunchang to finish, Shangguan Fenglan waved her hand and said coldly, since you've done something wrong, then you have to accept the punishment. If you don't accept it, you can go to the Great Elder and reason with him. Jin Yunchang suddenly collapsed powerlessly. Go to the Great Elder? He was just a small inner sect elder. Would the Great Elder care about him? As Madman said, the inner sect elders and outer sect elders were actually gatekeepers and did odd jobs. They didn't have any status at all. Chapter 2052. Suddenly, an old voice sounded. Shangguan Fenglan, what do you mean? The voice fell. A red-haired old man descended in front of Shangguan Fenglan out of thin air. Feng Yuan. Hua Yi's pupils shrank. This matter was indeed getting bigger and bigger. Interesting. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Interesting? Hua Yi was slightly taken aback and speechlessly said, Brother Jiang, you want to see the world in chaos. Chaos is good. Qin Feiyang laughed. At the same time, seeing Feng Yuan arrive, Jin Yunchang hurriedly ran over and begged, Father-in-law, save me. Don't worry, leave it to this old man. Feng Yuan secretly said, looked up at Shangguan Fenglan, frowned and said, What do you mean by this? Shangguan Fenglan turned to look at Feng Yuan and said indifferently, I don't know what you're talking about. Don't play dumb. The one who broke the rules now is a lunatic. Instead of punishing him, you want to expel Jin Yunchang from the 9 Heavens Palace. As the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, aren't you being unfair? Feng Yuan said. A lunatic naturally has to be punished for killing people. But in the end, this matter is still Jin Yunchang's fault. If he didn't arrange Jiang Haotian and the other 3 to the first sacred peak, would this have happened? He can't even arrange a cave residence for a disciple. What qualifications does he have to continue to sit in the position of an inner elder? Shangguan Fenglan said. Feng Yuan said, even so, there's no need to expel him from the 9 Heavens Palace. Did I say that I would expel him from the 9 Heavens Palace? I just let him go home to recuperate. Shangguan Fenglan said. What's the difference between this and being expelled from the 9 Heavens Palace? Feng Yuan said angrily. Shangguan Fenglan said, of course there's a difference. At least in the future, he will still be a member of the 9 Heavens Palace. Feng Yuan clenched his hands and said gloomily, Shangguan Fenglan, don't go too far. I am the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, of course I have to enforce the law impartially. Otherwise, how can I convince the public? If Hall Master Feng Yuan has any objections, you can go to the Great Elder personally. If Great Elder also opposes this palace's actions, this palace will naturally be lenient. That's all I have to say. Hall Master Feng Yuan, do as you see fit. After Shangguan Fenglan finished speaking, she looked at the madman and said, follow me to the law enforcement hall. It's been a long time since I've been to the law enforcement hall. Madman grinned and transmitted his voice, Qin Feiyang, I promised to do something for you, and I've done it. Don't bother me again. After saying that, he followed Shangguan Fenglan and left. Many thanks, senior brother. Qin Feiyang looked at Madman's back and secretly said. Lunatic had helped him a lot this time. Not only had he intimidated the disciples of the 10 sacred peaks, he had also chased away Jin Yunchang, saving him a lot of trouble in the future. Jin Yunchang watched Shangguan Fenglan leave. Then, he looked at Feng Yuan and said, Father-in-law, I did everything according to your instructions. Now, enough. Feng Yuan secretly shouted and said gloomily, Bitch, since you don't give this old man face, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. You go back to the Deacon Hall first. This old man will look for Great Elder. Okay. Jin Yunchang nodded. Feng Yuan took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. Jin Yunchang glanced at the disciples below and then flew back to the Deacon Hall with his tail between his legs. Fire Lotus said in surprise, Why do I feel that this matter has nothing to do with us? It's all Madman's doing. Although Madman is lawless, he's a very righteous person. I hope Shangguan Fenglan won't punish him too much this time. Qin Feiyang sighed. Brother Jiang, I'm a little puzzled. Why did Madman help you like this? Huoyi asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, The last time I sparred with him on Turtle King Island, I was lucky enough to beat him, so he promised to do something for me in the future. What? You actually beat him? Huoyi was dumbfounded. It's not really a win. It's a little complicated. In short, we have to thank him properly this time. Qin Feiyang snickered. That's true. If there's a chance, let's invite him for a few drinks. Huoyi nodded. Fire Lotus looked at the first Saint Peak and frowned. Then should we go to the first Saint Peak's cave residence or not? Feng Yuan and Jin Yunchang have already arranged it for us. Why don't we go? Qin Feiyang smiled. Yes, yes, yes. If we don't go, we won't be giving them face. Huoyi nodded and smiled. Qin Rushuang and Fire Lotus looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. This time, Feng Yuan had suffered a double loss. In fact, Feng Yuan's plan was also a clever move. He used the disciples of the Saint Peaks to humiliate and suppress them. But Feng Yuan didn't expect that Madman would appear. What was originally a good game of chess was completely disrupted. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 flew openly to the first and fourth cave residences. None of the disciples of the 10 great Saint Peaks dared to jump out. On the contrary, there was even a hint of flattery. In fact, the world was like this. Especially in a place like the 9 Heavens Palace, bullying the weak and fearing the strong was the norm. Brother, which one of us will stay in the first cave residence? The 4 stood in the void in front of the first Saint Peak and looked at the first cave residence. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I'd better choose the 4th cave residence in a low-key manner. Huoyi chuckled. He took a step forward and entered cave dwelling number 4. Low-key? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Not to mention the previous commotion, just the 4 of them being able to enter the first Saint Peak was already a big event that was enough to shake the entire 9 Heavens Palace. Did they think that by choosing the 4th cave residence, they wouldn't attract the attention of others? Naive. Qin Feiyang stepped out and directly landed in front of the first cave residence. Qin Rushuang and Fire Lotus also followed beside him. Because the cave residence really didn't mean much to them. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang frowned and turned his head to look at the crowd above the Sword Peak. Previously, there were many disciples gathered there to watch the commotion. But now, they were already dispersing. What's wrong? Fire Lotus and Qin Rushuang looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, Just now, I felt a gaze filled with hatred. But when I turned around to look, that gaze disappeared again. Qin Rushuang and Fire Lotus were surprised. Forget it. There should be many people in the 9 Heavens Palace who hate me now. As long as I'm careful, I'll be fine. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and led the two into the first cave residence. The moment they entered the cave residence, their eyes lit up. The cave residence was very big. Not only did it have an independent cultivation room, alchemy room, but it also had a lounge, living room, and washroom. The decorations were also very beautiful. Compared to their outer cave residence, it was like heaven and earth. And in this cave residence, they could clearly feel the aura of the soul stone. Qin Rushuang said, "Looks like Huoyi didn't lie to us. There really is a vein of soul under the 10 great saint peaks." Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and giggled. "Qin Deity, this is an opportunity." Ah! Qin Feiyang was stunned. Fire Lotus, he already has his eyes on the vein of soul in the 9 Heavens Palace, and you're still encouraging him? Be careful, he really will do such a thing. Qin Rushuang was speechless. Fire Lotus giggled. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two and shook his head. "Don't worry, I'm not so stupid to touch the vein of soul here. One should know that the 10 great saint peaks were all perfect Sir Gods. Once he took the vein of soul here, he would immediately become a turtle in a jar." Feng Yuan was worried about not having a chance to kill him. Qin Rushuang said, "Looks like you haven't lost your mind." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Was he such a greedy person? What do you think this lunatic's cultivation level is? He can even kill a perfect Sir God in an instant. Could it be that his cultivation level has already surpassed that of a Sir God? Fire Lotus asked curiously. We can't rule out this possibility. Of course, even people of the same level have differences in strength. In any case, I can't see through this lunatic's strength. Fortunately, he's not our enemy, or he would be more terrifying than Feng Yuan. Qin Feiyang sighed. Although Feng Yuan was stronger than the lunatic, at least he wouldn't dare to deal with him openly. But this lunatic was simply lawless. The rules of the 9 Heavens Palace were completely useless against him. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Qin Deity, do you want me to inquire about the 10 great saint peaks?" "Sure, be careful," Qin Feiyang reminded. "Okay." Fire Lotus nodded, turned around, and walked out quickly. "Feiyang, did you notice that Fire Lotus seems to be a little different from before after her tribulation?" Qin Rushuang asked Qin Feiyang after watching Fire Lotus leave the cave abode. Qin Feiyang was taken aback, thought carefully, and nodded. "There are some changes. She's more daring than before, and more clingy." Qin Rushuang said, "Not only that, but she's also more mysterious than before." "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Didn't you notice that she often goes out alone, and she goes out for an entire day?" Qin Rushuang said. "It seems like that's the case." Qin Feiyang nodded, looked up at Qin Rushuang, and said, "Did she meet someone she likes in the 9 Heavens Palace and secretly go on a date?" "A date?" Qin Rushuang was stunned. "This girl, when she comes back, I'll have to talk to her. If she wants to go on a date, then go on a date. Why did she hide it from us?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. "You have a rich imagination." Qin Rushuang was speechless, and said, "But we should really ask her properly. I'm afraid that she's in trouble, and she doesn't want us to worry, so she's shouldering it alone." Qin Feiyang nodded. Qin Rushuang said, "You settle the matters outside by yourself. Send me to the castle. This time, I must break through to the perfect god of war. I really envy you. You can cultivate without any worries, unlike me. I'm busy all day, and I don't even know what I'm busy with." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Capable people do more work." Qin Rushuang smiled. "Don't flatter me. You're my elder, after all. An elder should take responsibility and have the demeanor of an elder. You can't let me shoulder everything." Qin Feiyang was dissatisfied. "You're young. If you don't shoulder it, who will? Besides, it's precisely because I'm your elder that you should do your job well. This will show that you're filial." Qin Rushuang smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang was speechless. She made it sound like he was very old. However, his seniority with Qin Rushuang did make him feel a little helpless. This ancestor was really powerful. He was already so old, but he still had a daughter. Did he not consider the feelings of the descendants? Chapter 2053. In the depths of Nine Heaven Palace. In a courtyard. The great elder was lying on an armchair, while Feng Yuan was standing beside him, pouring out his grievances. Throughout the entire process, the first elder narrowed his eyes and didn't say a word. When Feng Yuan finished, the first elder opened his eyes and said angrily, "This lunatic is too reckless. Immediately send a message to Shangguan Fenglan and tell her to bring the lunatic here." Yes. Feng Yuan was overjoyed and immediately took out an image crystal. Because from the first elder's words, he was prepared to severely punish this lunatic. After receiving the message, Shangguan Fenglan quickly brought the lunatic to the courtyard. "Old man, long time no see." The lunatic didn't feel nervous at all as he swaggered into the courtyard and waved at the first elder with a smile. The first elder raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Don't be so sloppy with this old man." The lunatic walked to the opposite side of the first elder and sat on the ground. "Speak, why did you call me here? What is it? Don't you know?" Usually, when you mess around, this old man will turn a blind eye to it. But this time, you actually killed people on the Saint Peak. You killed the 4 people second only to the heaven-ranking disciples. Ignoring the rules of Nine Heaven Palace and running amok. How do you think this old man should punish you? The first elder said angrily. "Punishment? That's not right. The plot doesn't develop like this. According to the plot, you should reward me." The lunatic frowned. Feng Yuan said angrily, "Lunatic, don't be unreasonable. Killing in public and still wanting to be rewarded? Was he daydreaming?" The lunatic immediately glared at Feng Yuan and said, "Shut up. This old man is talking to this old man. Who are you to interrupt?" First elder, look at his attitude. Feng Yuan blew his beard and glared. "Don't be angry, don't be angry." The first elder smiled and looked at the lunatic angrily. "Feng Yuan is a hall master. Show this old man some respect." "Yes. Hall master Feng Yuan, I'm sorry." The lunatic picked his nose and said indifferently. Looking at his casual attitude, Feng Yuan was so angry that his nose became crooked. How was this an apology? "Madman, let's get back to the topic. You just said that I should reward you. I don't quite understand what you're saying. Can you explain it to me?" The Grand Elder said. "That Jin Yunchang is abusing his position to avenge private wrongs. Those disciples of the Saint Peak are even causing trouble. What kind of scandal is this? You're simply disregarding the rules of our Nine Heavens Palace. As a member of Nine Heavens Palace, I naturally cannot tolerate their arrogance. That's why I killed the leaders of the group as a warning to the rest of the disciples." Madman said righteously. Needless to say, after hearing his words, even Feng Yuan felt that this was the right thing to do. The first elder was also stunned when he heard this. He nodded and said, "It does sound reasonable. That's right. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. They rely on their strength to instigate others to make things difficult for Jiang Haotian and the others. Isn't this the same as rebelling? This kind of people must be punished. Otherwise, if everyone imitates them in the future, wouldn't our Nine Heavens Palace be in chaos?" Madman said. "That makes sense." The first elder nodded and turned to Feng Yuan with a smile. "Feng Yuan, you heard it with your own ears. He did this out of good intentions for our Nine Heavens Palace." First elder, you." Feng Yuan looked at the first elder and Madman and couldn't find a reason to refute. "First elder, these years, the disciples below and some of the management have become more and more presumptuous. In my opinion, it's necessary to intimidate them." Shangguan Fenglan cupped her hands and said. The first elder looked at Feng Yuan and asked, "Feng Yuan, what do you think? Indeed, we should intimidate them." Feng Yuan nodded helplessly. It was obvious that the first elder was protecting Madman. If they continued to pursue this matter, it might backfire and arouse the first elder's dissatisfaction. "Isn't this a perfect solution?" The first elder chuckled and looked at Madman. "You did a good job this time. You should be rewarded." "What?" Feng Yuan was dumbfounded. Not only did they not pursue the matter, but they also wanted to reward Madman. Isn't this a little too much? The first elder ignored Feng Yuan's dissatisfaction and asked with a smile, Feng Yuan, How do you think we should reward him? This, Shangguan Fenglan didn't know how to answer. Feng Yuan frowned and suddenly his eyes flashed. He bowed and said, First Elder, how about this? Let Madman enter the Divine Palace. Divine Palace? Madman was stunned and quickly waved his hand. No, 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 I'm not interested in that damn place. Feng Yuan looked at Madman and said, Entering the Divine Palace is a supreme honor. You should be grateful. I don't need this honor. Madman said disdainfully. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed coldly as he turned to the First Elder and said with a smile, First Elder, what do you think of my suggestion? The First Elder pondered for a moment and said, He is qualified to enter the Divine Palace, but we can't force him. How about this? Didn't Jin Yunchang's position as Inner Elder was removed? Let Madman take over for a while. This, Feng Yuan's body stiffened and he quickly said with a smile, letting him temporarily take over the position of Inner Elder, isn't it a bit of a waste? The First Elder looked at Madman and asked, What do you think? Inner Elder, Madman scratched his head and said with a smile, Can I continue to stay in the outer sect? No. My Nine Heavens Palace doesn't raise idle people. The First Elder shook his head. Okay. As long as you don't go to the Divine Palace, you can do anything. Madman was helpless. Then it's decided. Fenglan, you go and send out the appointment letter later. The First Elder said. Yes. Shangguan Fenglan nodded. Send out the appointment letter just like that. This is too childish. Feng Yuan was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he hurriedly said, First Elder, what about Jin Yunchang? We can't really expel him from Nine Heavens Palace because of this little mistake. The First Elder asked, Jin Yunchang is your son-in-law? Feng Yuan nodded. The First Elder thought for a while and said with a smile, Then I'll give you face and let him continue to stay in the Deacon Hall and assist Madman in managing the inner sect. Ah. Feng Yuan was stunned. Assist Madman? Wasn't that the same as letting Jin Yunchang be Madman's subordinate? Then would Jin Yunchang still have a good life in the inner sect Deacon Hall? Do you have any objections? The First Elder looked at Feng Yuan and asked. No, no. Feng Yuan hurriedly shook his head. The First Elder waved his hand and said with a smile, All right then, go do your own things. Feng Yuan sighed helplessly. He felt like he was a clown jumping on a beam. Not only did he fail to find Qin Feiyang to wash away his shame, but he also ended up in a sorry state. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at the First Elder. He said respectfully, First Elder, there is something I want to ask for your consent. What is it? The First Elder was suspicious. Shangguan Fenglan and Madman also looked at him in confusion. Feng Yuan said, This time, I want to increase the difficulty of the recruitment in the resource hall. What do you mean? The First Elder was curious. Feng Yuan said, In the past, the lowest requirement was Perfect War God. This time, I want to raise it to Perfect War God. Why? Entering the resource hall to work doesn't seem to have a direct relationship with cultivation, right? The First Elder frowned. Feng Yuan said, There is indeed no direct relationship, but there is no harm in raising the standard. The First Elder thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. This is actually not a big deal. I'll do as you say. Thank you, First Elder. After Feng Yuan finished speaking, he turned around and left quickly. Shangguan Fenglan glanced at Feng Yuan, and a glint flashed across her eyes. She said to Madman, Madman, you go back first. He must be planning some shady business again. Madman looked at the First Elder and Shangguan Fenglan with disdain, then turned around and swaggered away. This bastard brat is getting harder and harder to discipline. The First Elder looked at Madman's back and sighed helplessly. Shangguan Fenglan said, Actually, what I am most concerned about is, why did he help Jiang Haotian? What's the use of caring? Can he tell you? The First Elder shook his head. Shangguan Fenglan smiled bitterly and said, First Elder, why did you agree to Feng Yuan's request? His decision is obviously targeted at Jiang Haotian. Of course I know. But during this period of time, Jiang Haotian has caused him to lose soldiers time and time again. If we don't listen to him, I'm afraid he will suspect that we are behind all of this. The First Elder laughed. Then wouldn't Jiang Haotian be unable to enter the resource hall? Shangguan Fenglan frowned. The first elder said, "Did you notice his cultivation level?" Cultivation level? Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. The first elder said, "Yesterday, I received news that he appeared in the treasure hall and had broken through to the perfect war god realm." Perfect war god? Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. Thinking back carefully, it seemed that the aura emitted by this child was really that of a perfect war god. "I don't know, how did he do it? I don't know, is he hiding his cultivation level? But I have a feeling that Feng Yuan raising the standard won't be a problem for him. Besides, even if he doesn't go to the resource hall now, it doesn't matter. Because now, his relationship with Feng Yuan has reached a point of no return. Even if he doesn't go to the resource hall, they will still fight to the death." The first elder laughed. "That makes sense." Shangguan Fenglan nodded. Then, she pondered for a while and said, "There's one more thing." "What is it?" The first elder was suspicious. "Yesterday, my sister Shangguan Qiu sent me a message saying that Jiang Haotian and the vice pavilion master of the treasure hall seemed a little unusual." Shangguan Fenglan said. "The vice pavilion master of the treasure hall." The first elder's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. He said in a deep voice, "Unusual how?" "According to my sister. Originally, she was cooperating with Mu Tianyang. However, when Jiang Haotian met with the vice pavilion master, the vice pavilion master immediately instructed my sister to terminate the cooperation with Mu Tianyang and work with Jiang Haotian instead." Shangguan Fenglan said. "What are they cooperating for?" the first elder asked. Chapter 2054. I wonder if you've heard of the 9-chew yellow dragon pill and the 9-turn dragon blood pill? Shangguan Fenglan asked. "I've heard of it." The first elder nodded. These two pills were refined by Mu Tianyang. And Jiang Haotian can also refine these two pills. Shangguan Fenglan said. "So that's how it is. I really didn't expect that my 9 Heavens Palace had such a powerful person hidden." The first elder whispered, his eyes flickering. Shangguan Fenglan frowned. "First elder, don't you think it's strange that we've never heard of these two pills before?" The first elder pondered for a while and said, "If there's a chance, talk to Jiang Haotian and Mu Tianyang." "Okay." Shangguan Fenglan nodded. "Right. I asked you to investigate their origins. Did you find out?" The first elder asked. "No. These two people are like mysteries. There's no way to investigate." Shangguan Fenglan shook her head. "There's no way to investigate," the first elder murmured, frowning. "In the future, you must keep an eye on them for this old man, especially the relationship between Jiang Haotian and the deputy pavilion master." "Okay." Shangguan Fenglan nodded. The first elder smiled and waved his hand. "Then go do your work." Shangguan Fenglan bowed and saluted, then turned and left quickly. 9-chew yellow dragon pill, 9-turn dragon blood pill, these pill formulas, where did they find them? These two people, what kind of origin do they have? The first elder sat alone in the conference hall and pondered. Outside. In less than half an hour, the news of Madman temporarily acting as the inner court elder spread wildly in 9 Heavens Palace. "It can't be. He killed someone in public. Not only is he not punished, but he is also temporarily acting as the inner court elder. It's really unbelievable. What's the relationship between Madman and the first elder? In fact, for someone like Madman, temporarily acting as the inner court elder is also a kind of punishment in disguise. It makes sense. Madman is used to being lazy, suddenly letting him manage the inner court affairs. I'm afraid it's hard for him to accept." Wait. What are you all thinking? Are these the main points? Don't you know the temper of a lunatic? Letting him manage the inner sect is simply a disaster for us inner sect disciples. If you didn't mention it, I really wouldn't have thought of this. How are we going to live in the future? Compared to the shock of the outer disciples, the inner disciples were more worried. This was especially true for the disciples of the 10 sacred peaks. This time, the madman killed the golden-clothed man and the others in public, causing them to involuntarily have a shadow in their hearts. "Brother, I'm back." Around noon, Fire Lotus ran into cave abode number 1 with a smile. Inside the cave, There was no one there. But before Fire Lotus could finish her words, Qin Feiyang appeared in the cave out of thin air. After leaving the Fire Lotus, he went to the castle with Qin Rushuang to cultivate. What happened? Why are you so happy? Looking at Fire Lotus's excited expression, Qin Feiyang was a bit stunned. Could it be that this girl had really met someone she liked in the Nine Heavens Palace? Did you know? The madman is actually fine, Fire Lotus said. Fine? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Originally, I thought that he would definitely be severely punished this time, but guess what? He actually became an elder of our inner sect. Fire Lotus said. What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The appointment letter has already been issued. And Shangguan Fenglan also announced to the public that the madman killed people in public because those people gathered to cause trouble. In other words, not only did he not violate the rules, but he also did a good thing. Fire Lotus smiled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. This madman really had some tricks up his sleeve. Then where is he now? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course, he took office and went to the duty hall. Fire Lotus said. What about Jin Yunchang? Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus said, the great elder didn't chase him out of Jotian Palace, but let him assist the madman in managing the inner sect affairs. Assist the madman? Isn't that the same as becoming the madman's subordinate? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. The madman is now his immediate superior. With the madman's personality, he will definitely have a hard time in the future. Fire Lotus covered her mouth and laughed. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but sympathize with Jin Yunchang. Having such a boss was simply torture and torment. Also, there's another news. This news might be a bit unfavorable for you. Fire Lotus said again. What news? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The resource hall just posted an announcement, saying that only disciples above Perfection War God can participate in this registration. Fire Lotus said. Above Perfection War God? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This is really bad news. It's strange. I heard from other disciples that the resource hall's minimum requirement was Perfection War God, but why did it suddenly become Perfection War God? Fire Lotus was puzzled. The previous requirement was Perfection War God? Qin Feiyang frowned. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a while, then shook his head and sighed. It seems like this is coming for me. Coming for you? It shouldn't be. Feng Yuan didn't know you would be registering? Fire Lotus said. He must be just in case. It's better to be prepared. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. This matter was really difficult to deal with. Although he had enough soul stones now, he still needed time to refine them. After breaking through to Perfection War God, his speed of refining soul stones had also increased. Now, he could refine around 100 soul stones in 2 hours. But even so, the time was far from enough. Because Perfection War God needed to refine 10 million soul stones to break through to Perfection War God. 10 million soul stones wasn't a small number. After careful calculation, it would take at least 270 years. Even in the ancient castle, it would take 270 days. But now, there were only 2 days left before the registration. How could he break through to Perfection War God in 2 days? Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal rang. Qin Feiyang exhaled and took out the image crystal. A shadow appeared. It was Mu Tianyang. Without wasting any time, Mu Tianyang directly asked, Do you know about the announcement posted by the resource hall? I just heard about it. Qin Feiyang said. Then do you have any ideas? Mu Tianyang asked. Because he hadn't broken through to Perfection War God yet. Qin Feiyang said, I'm thinking about it. Mu Tianyang said, I have an idea, but I need you to do it. Qin Feiyang was stunned and quickly asked, What idea? Are you stupid? Of course it's the 4 symbols infinite divine pill. Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes at him. That's right. With the 4 symbols infinite divine pill, what am I afraid of? Qin Feiyang slapped his head in annoyance, and then a smile appeared on his face. I don't have the ability to get the 4 symbols infinite divine pill's medicinal ingredients. Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to refine it now, so you have to do it. Mu Qianyang said. You can't refine it. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. Currently, I don't have a divine level pill fire or a pill furnace. Mu Qianyang said. So it's like that. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and nodded. All right, I'll think of a way. After saying that, he turned off the image crystal. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and asked, What idea do you have? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, and said, Right now, I can only ask the Treasure Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master for help. After saying that, he activated the image crystal and contacted the Vice Pavilion Master. As the largest trading place in the ancient world, the Treasure Pavilion should have the 4 divine beasts' blood essence and the infinite divine fruit. Even if they didn't, they would definitely be able to find them in a short period of time. Chapter 2055. Under Qin Feiyang's anticipation, the Vice Pavilion Master's shadow finally appeared. So it's you. When he saw that it was Qin Feiyang, a smile crept onto the Vice Pavilion Master's old face. Greetings, Senior. Qin Feiyang bowed. Hua Lian, who was beside him, also bowed. Looking at Fire Lotus, the Vice Pavilion Master's pupils constricted slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. He looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled hoarsely. Is there anything you need from me? There is indeed something that I need your help with. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Vice Pavilion Master smiled. If I can help you, I will definitely not refuse. Thank you, Senior. I need the blood essence of the 4 divine beasts and the Wuji divine fruit. Qin Feiyang said. The blood essence of the 4 divine beasts. Wuji divine fruit. The Vice Pavilion Master was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, Which 4 divine beasts are you talking about? Qin Feiyang said, Vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon, and white tiger. So it's them. The Vice Pavilion Master nodded. May I know if the Treasure Pavilion has these blood essences now? Don't worry, I won't take them for free. I'll buy them all at the auction price. Qin Feiyang said. The price is not a problem. But I'll have to ask little Chiu about it first. After all, I haven't asked about the Treasure Pavilion for a long time. I don't know if they have it or not. The Vice Pavilion Master said. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and hurriedly cupped his hands. Then I'll leave it to you, Senior. It's fine. The Vice Pavilion Master waved his hand and smiled. How many do you need? The more, the better. Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. Because in addition to him, there was also the Mermaid Princess and the others. It would be best if everyone had a share. After all, a 4 symbols infinite divine pill could save everyone a lot of time. All right then, I'll call little Chiu over. Wait for my news. After the Deputy Pavilion Master finished speaking, the shadow quickly dissipated. Qin Feiyang also put away the image crystal and turned to look at Fire Lotus. He frowned and said, Don't you think that this Deputy Pavilion Master is too easy to talk to? He didn't even consider it. It must be because you're popular. Fire Lotus smiled. I'm popular? Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment before he bitterly smiled. If I had good relations with people, I wouldn't have trouble following me wherever I go. Fire Lotus covered her smile and walked into the living room. There was a coffee table and chairs in the living room. Fire Lotus sat beside the tea table, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Would you like some tea? Qin Feiyang slapped his head and said, If you didn't mention tea, I would have forgotten about the tea leaves that the Vice Pavilion Master gave me. As he spoke, he also entered the guest hall and took out the jade box containing the tea leaves. Fire Lotus also took out the beauties of Qinghai from her interspatial ring. When she left the treasure house yesterday, she directly stored the beauties of Qinghai in her own interspatial ring. She didn't give it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang opened the jade box and sniffed it. He showed an intoxicated expression and then said, Little Chiu, you've been a bit strange recently. Strange? Hearing this, Fire Lotus's body stiffened immediately, but she soon calmed down and asked suspiciously, What's strange? You run out from time to time without telling us what you're going to do. Tell me honestly, did you really meet someone you like? Qin Feiyang looked up at Fire Lotus and said, Someone I like. Fire Lotus was stunned. Her cheeks under the mask couldn't help but blush. Then she rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang and said helplessly, "What are you thinking? There's nothing like that." "Then why did you run out?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Just strolling around to see if I can find some place to recover my lost memories," Fire Lotus said. "So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "I thought you met someone you like in the Empyrean Palace and were too embarrassed to tell us." Fire Lotus smiled helplessly. "I'm not joking. If you really meet someone you like in the future, you have to tell me. I'll help you check," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Okay. Fire Lotus nodded and said with a pout, "Why do I feel like you can't wait to marry me off now? She's a girl. Sooner or later, she will get married," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Fire Lotus was speechless. "Trash of the 10 Saint Peaks, come out for lousy." Suddenly, an arrogant shout sounded in the sky outside. Fire Lotus paused and said in surprise, "That's Madman's voice. What does he want to do? Let's go and see," Qin Feiyang said with a smile, then got up and walked outside. Fire Lotus also hurriedly put down the teapot and ran out. When the two of them walked out of the cave, the disciples of the other caves had already come out. They stood at the entrance of their caves and looked at the sky, their eyes filled with fear. The madman was standing in the void above with an old and proud look on his face. Jin Yunchang was also there. But compared to before, he was much more obedient now, like a little follower, respectfully standing behind Madman. Madman put his hands behind his back and looked at the disciples of the Saint Peak arrogantly. "You all know about the appointment letter above, right?" Everyone nodded. "From today onwards, Laozi is an inner sect elder. In other words, from this moment onwards, your little lives are in Laozi's hands. Now, all of you listen to Laozi and remember every word Laozi is about to say. Laozi is not like that trash Jin Yunchang. If you dare to be as presumptuous as before, then don't blame Laozi for being ruthless. Understand?" Madman shouted. "Understood." Everyone hurriedly nodded. Who could afford to offend this fierce person? "Very good." Madman nodded and shouted, "Trash, lead the way." Jin Yunchang was stunned. "I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me?" Madman turned his head and glanced at Jin Yunchang. Jin Yunchang was unable to voice out his bitterness. If he knew it would be like this, he would have just left Nine Heaven Palace. He asked with a bitter face, "Where are we going?" "Nonsense. We were going to the Red Gold Divine Tower and Purple Gold Divine Tower. These Earth ranking and Heaven ranking disciples are also people who need to be taught a lesson." Madman sneered. Good. Jin Yunchang nodded and hurriedly ran to the front to lead the way. After Madman swaggered away, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and smiled bitterly. "A new broom sweeps clean, this saying is indeed true." As for the other disciples, they sighed endlessly. Their days in the future would be difficult. Fire Lotus said, "Actually, I feel that First Elder making Madman an inner sect elder is a very correct decision." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang said. "Think about it. These inner sect disciples, especially the 10 Saint Peaks, as well as the disciples on the Heaven ranking and Earth ranking, which one of them isn't a shocking monstrous figure? Without a bit of courage and means, it's impossible to control them." Fire Lotus laughed. "That's reasonable." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "But are the disciples on the Earth ranking and Heaven ranking also under the control of the inner sect?" Fire Lotus said, "I've inquired before, they are indeed under the control of the inner sect." "Then there will be a good show to watch." Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Madman's back. This guy ran to the Red Gold Divine Tower and Purple Gold Divine Tower, there would definitely be a good show. Wang. But suddenly, the image crystal that he had placed in his bosom rang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He originally wanted to watch the show, but he didn't expect someone to send a message. And it was very likely to be the Vice Pavilion Master. He shook his head with some regret and quickly entered the cave residence. But Fire Lotus stayed outside, looking at Madman and the 2 divine towers with interest. Chapter 2056. Qin Feiyang, who had returned to his cave residence, took out the image crystal. Buzz. An old man appeared. Who else could it be but the deputy pavilion master? Qin Feiyang asked, Senior, how is it? I've asked Miss Chiu. There are Wuji immortal fruit, azure dragon, black tortoise, and vermilion bird, but there is no white tiger. The deputy pavilion master said apologetically. Qin Feiyang was a little disappointed when he heard this. He asked, how much Wuji immortal fruit and azure dragon are there? Young friend, please forgive me. I can't reveal the exact number. This is the rule of the treasure pavilion. I can only say that I can give you 30 Wuji immortal fruits. I can give you 20 drops of azure dragon and the other 2 divine beasts' blood. The deputy pavilion master smiled. So much? Qin Feiyang was surprised and asked, is it a total of 20 drops, or 20 drops each? The deputy pavilion master said, of course it's 20 drops each. Qin Feiyang was secretly speechless. 20 drops as soon as he opened his mouth. This treasure pavilion was indeed rich. The deputy pavilion master said, although my treasure pavilion doesn't have white tiger's blood, I do have a way, but I don't know if you dare. Go ahead. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. The deputy pavilion master smiled meaningfully. Feng Yuan has a divine beast white tiger by his side. Feng Yuan? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He didn't expect that this old thing had actually subdued a divine beast white tiger. However, if it were someone else, he would be confident. But this Feng Yuan, how could he be willing to give him the white tiger's blood? Not to mention giving it to him, even if he spent a lot of money to buy it, he would definitely not sell it to him. The deputy pavilion master said, may I ask, what do you want to do with the 4 divine beasts' blood and Wuji immortal fruit? It's nothing. I just want to do research. Qin Feiyang smiled. Research? The deputy pavilion master was surprised. This answer was really unexpected. Wait, the everlasting divine fruit was a medicinal ingredient. Could it be that this child wanted to research some kind of medicinal pill? Little friend, do you still want the everlasting divine fruit and the blood essence of the azure dragon and the other 2 divine beasts? The vice pavilion master asked. Yes. Of course. Qin Feiyang hurriedly nodded and said, however, this junior only needs 20 infinite divine fruits. Can you calculate how many divine crystals it would cost? This price. The vice pavilion master pondered for a moment and smiled. Why don't you talk to little Chiu directly? After all, I've been in seclusion for too long, and I don't know the current market situation. That works too. Qin Feiyang nodded. The vice pavilion master laughed hoarsely, then this old man will let her go and prepare. Thank you, senior. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. It's nothing. The deputy pavilion master waved his hand, and the shadow quickly dissipated. Feng Yuan, Qin Feiyang also put away the image crystal and sat on a chair, his face full of worry. It was probably harder than ascending to the heavens to get the white tiger's essence blood from Feng Yuan. Might as well discuss with Mu Tianyang. Perhaps he will have a way. Qin Feiyang mumbled and took out the image crystal again. Buzz. Before long, Mu Tianyang's shadow appeared. Qin Feiyang said, I've asked the people of the treasure pavilion. They have the infinite divine fruit, azure dragon, black tortoise, and vermilion bird essence blood, but they lack the white tiger essence blood. Even the treasure pavilion doesn't have the white tiger essence blood? Mu Tianyang raised his brows. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Who are you asking about? Is he reliable? Mu Tianyang was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, I don't know much about this person, but I think he should be reliable. Should be. Should be. Mu Tianyang was speechless. Qin Feiyang said, however, although the treasure pavilion doesn't have it, I've found a way. What way? Mu Tianyang was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, Feng Yuan has a white tiger with him. Ah. Mu Tianyang was stunned. There were so many people in the Empyrean Palace. Why did it have to be this old thing? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, I can't think of a way at the moment, so I'm looking for you to discuss. Do you have any bad ideas? Bad ideas? Don't look down on me. Mu Tianyang said angrily. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, if I look down on you, why would I look for you? Mu Tianyang said, then I don't like what you said. Okay. I apologize. I was wrong just now. I didn't choose my words carefully. Is that okay? Qin Feiyang was speechless. What a calculative person. Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes at him and said, "This Feng Yuan, we definitely can't do anything. We can only let the Great Elder and Shangguan Fenglan come forward." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "Do you think the two of them will help? If they don't help, then we won't go to the resource hall. Let's see what they can do." Mu Tianyang snorted coldly. "Don't say angry words. If we don't go to the resource hall, how can we get the vein of soul?" Qin Feiyang said. "Headache." Mu Tianyang rubbed his forehead. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Why don't we kidnap Feng Zijuan?" "Kidnap Feng Zijuan?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Look, Feng Wenhai only has 2 sons. One is Gongzi Feng, the other is Feng Zijuan. But this Gongzi Feng, because of his birth, is not liked by the Feng family. Kidnapping him will not make much sense. But this Feng Zijuan is different. Whether it is Feng Yuan or Feng Wenhai, they both love him very much. If we kidnap him and threaten him, I think Feng Yuan, this old thing, will definitely obediently hand over the essence blood." Mu Tianyang laughed. "It is indeed a bad idea." Qin Feiyang whispered, then frowned and asked suspiciously, "How do you know that Gongzi Feng is not liked? Who do you think I am? Can you hide it from my eyes? I have investigated him long ago." Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang said, "Then you also know the relationship between Gongzi Feng and me?" "Not much, I know a little." Mu Tianyang laughed. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and said, "Looking at your face, I want to beat you up. I am your partner now. It is your loss to beat me up." Mu Tianyang looked at him proudly. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, pondered for a moment, and nodded. "Okay, we will kidnap Feng Zijuan." Wait. Don't talk about us. It is you who will kidnap him. I don't want to interfere in this matter." Mu Tianyang waved his hand. "You want the 4 symbols infinite divine pill, but you don't want to kidnap Feng Zijuan. How can there be such a good thing in the world?" Qin Feiyang sneered. "Don't worry. I just said that I don't want to interfere. I didn't say that I will not interfere." Mu Tianyang said with a smile. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Mu Tianyang and said, "From what you said, you want to take the opportunity to blackmail me? Don't forget, we are now grasshoppers on the same rope, tied together in life and death." "Of course I didn't forget. But kidnapping Feng Zijuan is not a small matter." Mu Tianyang said with a smile. Qin Feiyang said impatiently, "Don't beat around the bush. Just say what you want to say." Mu Tianyang stretched out 3 fingers and said, "I want 3 4 symbols infinite divine pills." "So many?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "Is it a lot?" Mu Tianyang asked. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "Nonsense, I only planned for the 2 of us. Now you want 3. Where can I find them? Even my cooperation with Shangguan Qiu was cut off by you. How can such a small matter be difficult for you?" Mu Tianyang said with a smile. Qin Feiyang frowned. Mu Tianyang said helplessly, 3 is really not a lot. Don't be so stingy, okay? "I am stingy?" Qin Feiyang suddenly became angry. He suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, "Why do you want 3? Isn't it just you and Mu Qing now?" Mu Tianyang said jokingly, "Have you forgotten your fiancé so quickly?" Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He said in a low voice, "You should know my ancestor's character. He would never make such a ridiculous marriage agreement." "Of course I know. But Guozueki doesn't know. Until now, she still thinks that the marriage agreement is real." Mu Tianyang said with a smile. "What's the point of doing this? You know my strength. With Guozueki's little tricks, she will never be able to threaten me." Qin Feiyang frowned. "Not necessarily." Mu Tianyang smiled. Qin Feiyang was very angry. He said, "Fine, I promise to give you 3 4 symbols infinite divine pills, but you have to promise me one thing." "Say it." Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "When you get the white tiger blood essence, it will all belong to me." "What do you want?" Mu Tianyang was surprised. Don't worry about that. Qin Feiyang said. This, Mu Tianyang pondered for a while and nodded helplessly. Right now, only you can refine the 4 symbols infinite divine pills. I can't do anything without you. Deal, when do you want to act? There's no time to lose. Now. Do you know Feng Zijuan's cave residence? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. He is the inner sect's number 1 Sword Peak's number 10 cave residence. Mu Tianyang said. With his strength, he can enter the number 1 Sword Peak. Qin Feiyang was surprised. If you can enter the first sacred peak, what's so strange about him entering the number 1 Sword Peak? Mu Tianyang pouted. You're jealous. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, now that Frenzy and Jin Yunchang have gone to the Red Gold Divine Tower and the Purple Gold Divine Tower, let's hurry and meet in the inner sect's Deacon Hall and kidnap Feng Zijuan before they come back. Okay. Mu Tianyang nodded. The two turned off the image crystal at the same time and left their respective cave residences. Qin Feiyang flew to Fire Lotus's side, looked up at the 2 divine towers, and asked, what's the situation? Frenzy went directly into the Red Gold Divine Tower. I wonder what's the situation inside. Fire Lotus shook her head. Qin Feiyang said, then don't look. Let's go and do something important. What is it? Fire Lotus was suspicious. Qin Feiyang leaned over to Fire Lotus's ear and whispered, kidnap Feng Zijuan. What? Fire Lotus exclaimed. Qin Feiyang hurriedly made a shushing gesture. Fire Lotus nodded, looked around vigilantly, and said, why do you want to kidnap him? Of course there's a reason. You'll know later. A mysterious smile appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. Bringing the Fire Lotus with him, he returned to his cultivation dwelling, closed the door, and entered the Black Tortoise world. Controlling the Black Tortoise world, he left the cultivation dwelling without anyone noticing, flying toward the inner court Deacon Hall. Chapter 2057. Deacon Hall. A purple-clothed youth with his hands behind his back stood on the cliff on the left side of the Deacon Hall. His dark eyes were extremely deep. It was Mu Tianyang. After entering the ancient world, that innate emperor aura had been concealed by him. But even so, the aura he exuded could not be ignored. It was as if he was the son of a god. Suddenly, a powerless force descended. Mu Tianyang disappeared without a trace in an instant. Black Tortoise World. Medicine Field, Courtyard. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus stood side by side, while Mu Tianyang stood opposite them. Looking at this familiar land, Mu Tianyang was filled with emotions. Thinking back to when he was in the Black Tortoise World, too many things had happened that he could not forget. A moment later, Mu Tianyang retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. To be honest, sometimes I am really jealous of you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. What is there for me to be jealous of? Mu Tianyang said, Mu Tianyang, no matter if it is talent or talent, I am not inferior to you and Qin Batian. But why do the heavens always favor you? It is not that the heavens do not favor you, but because you did not cherish it. Thinking back to the past, as an emperor, you could get whatever you wanted. Who could compare to what you had at that time? But what about you? For your own selfish desires, you were cruel and heartless, harming the common people. If not for this, would my ancestor have rebelled against you? Would he have overthrown the Heavenly Sun Empire? Don't always blame others, reflect on yourself. Qin Feiyang said. You are becoming more and more like your ancestor, even the tone of your voice is the same. All right, let's leave these things for later, take care of the present first. During this period, have you found Qin Baishan's whereabouts? Mu Tianyang asked. I have asked many people, but no one knows. However, Madman did reveal a little, but what he revealed made me feel that something was wrong. Qin Feiyang said. Madman knows. Mu Tianyang was surprised. Not only does he know about my ancestor's situation, but he also knows my true identity. But for some reason, he actually helped me keep it a secret. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. What? Why are you so careless? Mu Tianyang's face turned pale. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, I'm already being very careful, okay? I don't even dare to fight with others. How did that madman know? Mu Tianyang was puzzled. When I sparred with him on Turtle King Island, I was accidentally injured by him. When he saw the purple gold dragon blood, he guessed my identity. Furthermore, he knows Lu Zhengyang. Qin Feiyang said. He also knows about Lu Zhengyang? Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. The ancestors' matter is getting more and more complicated. I have to be more careful in the future. How about this? If someone comes to find trouble with me in the future, will you help me? Qin Feiyang said. You wish. Mu Tianyang sneered and said impatiently, cut the crap. Hurry up and go to the 10th cave abode. Hearing the news about Lu Zhengyang, he couldn't help but feel irritated. Because the people he hated the most in his life were Qin Batian, Lu Zhengyang, and the demon ancestor. But after so many years, none of the three had died. And there was no doubt. Qin Batian and Lu Zhengyang were definitely stronger than him now. Because the two had been cultivating in the ancient world for 10,000 years. And him? He was thinking of ways to remove the seal, take back his divine body, and repair his soul. His cultivation didn't improve at all. In other words, he had wasted 10,000 years of his life. So, the hatred in his heart could never be eliminated. The 10th cave abode was below the duty hall. Soon, Qin Feiyang controlled the Black Tortoise realm and came to the door of the 10th cave abode. The stone door was tightly shut. However, this couldn't stop the Black Tortoise realm. Because as long as there was a small gap, the Black Tortoise realm could crawl in. The interior of the cave abode was much more spacious than the cave abode of the outer sect, but it was still a little worse than the cave abode of the Saint Peak. But Feng Zijuan's cave abode was quite luxurious. The ground and walls were inlaid with gorgeous jade, gems, and so on. In the cultivation room, a young man sat cross-legged on the ground, cultivating with his eyes closed. It was Feng Zijuan. Even if he was cultivating, there was a trace of hostility between his brows. Mu Tianyang smiled and said, not to mention anything else, this Feng Zijuan's strength is still quite strong. En. Qin Feiyang nodded. Early Divine Lord, one level stronger than Yuan Bo and the Snow Python. If this kind of person was placed in the Forgotten Continent or the Great Qin Empire, he would definitely be a godlike existence, invincible. But in this ancient world, there was nothing strange about it. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at Fire Lotus with a smile. Wait for us here. All right. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang took out 2 illusory form pills. He took one himself and threw one to Mu Tianyang, instructing, when we go out later, directly cripple his qi. Mu Tianyang nodded, took the illusory form pill, and asked, where do you plan to place him? The Black Tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang said. The two of them disguised themselves as a burly man. Mu Tianyang then took out the bloodblade, as if suddenly thinking of something. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, asking, Chang Shui, do you want to come back? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's a pity. Chang Shui has been robbed, and the castle has been sealed. Now, other than the slaughter domain, you don't have any other trump cards. Mu Tianyang looked at him gloatingly. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, just the slaughter domain is enough to take your life. Ha ha, Mu Tianyang laughed. This, he did not dare to deny. He had witnessed the terror of the slaughter domain with his own eyes, but to open it, one had to pay a painful price. He believed that Qin Feiyang would not open it easily. After crippling his qi, immediately put away the bloodblade, lest your identity is exposed. After all, during the assessment, Feng Yuan saw the bloodblade. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang rubbed the bloodblade and said jokingly, do you think he can go back alive this time? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Since he is an enemy, as long as there is a chance, I will immediately eliminate him. Killing intent flashed in Mu Tianyang's eyes. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank, and he said with a smile, it is indeed in line with your character. Are you ready? Yes. Mu Tianyang nodded. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, restrained his aura, and swept up Mu Tianyang, and appeared behind Feng Zijuan in an instant. Killing intent surged in Mu Tianyang's eyes, and he immediately waved the bloodblade, piercing into Feng Zijuan's qi. Feng Zijuan immediately screamed. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang stepped forward and covered Feng Zijuan's mouth, and then immediately appeared in the Black Tortoise world again with Mu Tianyang. But this time, the place they appeared was not the herb field, but the depths of the desert of the departed Spirit Mountain. The whole process only took an instant, and Feng Zijuan became their captive. In the depths of the desert, the wind whistled, and yellow sand filled the sky. In the air above a sand dune, Mu Tianyang had already put away the blood blade. Qin Feiyang also let go, and Feng Zijuan, who was still in a daze, fell to the ground miserably, and his painful screams followed. Mu Tianyang looked at Feng Zijuan, and said with disdain, "So easy, a mnemonic god is not much. Look at how cocky you are. If it wasn't because he was not vigilant at all, how could he be taken away so easily?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Because no one would have thought that someone would dare to commit murder in Nine Heaven Palace. Feng Zijuan was the same. And in the eyes of Nine Heaven Palace disciples, the cave was the safest place. So, as long as one was in the cave, they would not be vigilant. "Who are you? You dare to plot against me in Nine Heaven Palace. Did you eat the guts of a leopard?" Hearing the conversation between Qin Feiyang and Feng Zijuan's eyelids twitched, and he endured the pain, and looked up at the two angrily. "That's right. We ate the guts of a leopard. What can you do? Call for help. Why don't you try? See if anyone will come to save you." Mu Tianyang smiled playfully. Feng Zijuan's eyes were filled with bewilderment as he immediately scanned his surroundings. Where was this place? There was no desert in Nine Heaven Palace, right? Wait a minute. Could it be that this was a space divine object? Damn it. What are you doing? Do you know my identity? You are courting death. Feng Zijuan looked at Qin Feiyang and Feng Zijuan angrily. Of course I know. You are Feng Yuan's grandson. Mu Tianyang laughed. Since you know, you still dare to plot against me? I advise you to let me go immediately, or today will be the day of your death. Feng Zijuan laughed sinisterly. You are still so arrogant, you are indeed a fool. Mu Tianyang shook his head and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, and asked, "What's next?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "Of course it is to send a letter to Feng Yuan." Boom. Just as Qin Feiyang spoke, Feng Zijuan's eyes surged with killing intent, and a terrifying divine sense emerged, carrying a shocking killing intent, and rushed towards Qin Feiyang and Feng Zijuan. Courting death. Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed coldly, and he was about to take out his blood blade. "You don't have to do it." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, and with a wave of his hand, the rule force fell from the sky and blasted towards the divine sense. Boom. Feng Zijuan suddenly held his head and screamed. What kind of power was this? It could actually shatter his divine sense. Amazing. Mu Tianyang looked at the power of laws, a hint of greed involuntarily flashed across his eyes. Although the Black Tortoise world's rule force was not comparable to the Miracle's rule force, according to his judgment, it could even pose a threat to a perfect Sir God. In other words, as long as it was in the Black Tortoise world, Qin Feiyang was an invincible existence. Of course, if he encountered someone strong, the rule force would naturally not be of much use. However, the Black Tortoise world was a true small world, and it would slowly grow with time. As the Black Tortoise world grew, the power of the rule force would gradually increase. When the Black Tortoise world became a large world like the ancient world, then the rule force would be unstoppable. Facing such a small world, who would not be tempted? However, Mu Tianyang also knew that it was basically impossible to take the Black Tortoise world from Qin Feiyang. He could only think about it. Chapter 2058. After shattering Feng Zijuan's divine sense, Qin Feiyang waved his hand again and the power of rules immediately turned into a cage, imprisoning Feng Zijuan. Immediately afterward, he stepped into the cage and took away Feng Zijuan's interspatial ring. Bastard! Give me back my interspatial ring. Feng Zijuan pounced on Qin Feiyang like a madman. How can I take back something that is already in my hands? Qin Feiyang sneered and the power of rules emerged, blocking in front of Feng Zijuan. Then he ignored Feng Zijuan and looked down. Damn it! He didn't know if he didn't see it, but he was shocked when he saw it. He even cursed. What's there? What's there? Mu Tianyang landed in front of the barrier and looked at Qin Feiyang excitedly. Qin Feiyang coughed and shook his head. Nothing? Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Why are you so excited?" "It's really nothing, just a lot of herbs," Qin Feiyang said and put away the interspatial ring. "Bastard, are you going to take it all for yourself?" Mu Tianyang saw this and suddenly shouted angrily. Qin Feiyang said, "It's just some herbs, what are you going to do with it?" Mu Tianyang's veins were bulging and he said in a deep voice, "I don't believe there are only herbs, show me the interspatial ring." "It's really nothing, why don't you believe me? Can't there be more trust between people?" Qin Feiyang was helpless. "Who are you to Qin Feiyang? How can I believe you? Let me tell you, the things in his interspatial ring must be divided equally, or I will expose your identity later." Mu Tianyang snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips, took out the interspatial ring and threw it to Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang grabbed the universe ring. He lowered his head and checked it for a while. Then, he chuckled. Immediately after, he raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of disdain. "I told you that you can't be trusted. You actually want to take all these soul stones for yourself. Not much. 50 or 60 million at most, not even 100 million. Qin Feiyang said. 50 to 60 million isn't a lot. Since you're so disdainful, why don't you give all these soul stones to me?" Mu Tianyang said. "Don't even think about it." Equally, Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. 50 to 60 million gold coins would be 20 to 30 million gold coins, which was enough to nurture 2 perfect stage martial immortals. How could he give it all to Mu Tianyang? Wait. Ji Yong said before that Feng Yuan was bending the law for personal gain and embezzling a lot of money. This Feng Zijun is his grandson. He will definitely give him a powerful divine artifact to protect himself. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He couldn't let Mu Tianyang know about this. Otherwise, he would definitely ask him to split the spoils. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang left the barrier and smiled at Mu Tianyang. Then, he appeared in the herb field with Mu Tianyang. "How was it?" Fire Lotus looked at the two of them and asked. Mu Tianyang chuckled and said, "Brother Qin and I went personally. Is there anything that we can't handle?" "Amazing." Fire Lotus gave him a thumbs up. Mu Tianyang waved his hand and Mu Qing appeared out of thin air. Then, he threw the universe ring to Mu Qing and said, "Count them and divide them into 2. "Okay." Mu Qing nodded respectfully. Qin Feiyang said, "Fire Lotus, go and help count them." "Understood." Fire Lotus giggled and walked towards Mu Qing. Mu Tianyang was speechless and said, "Brother Qin, do you have to be so careful?" Qin Feiyang said, "Who knows if Mu Qing will cheat? Is this what you mean by trust?" Mu Tianyang looked at him with disdain. "The point is, you don't trust me either. Don't say these useless things. Take out a brush and ink." Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang waved his hand and a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone immediately appeared on the stone table in front of him. Qin Feiyang grabbed the brush and glanced at Mu Qing. He said, "I remember that your space divine item was smashed into pieces by the inner demons." Mu Tianyang said lightly, "Does the ancient world lack space divine items? Sure enough, you're going to kill and rob again. As an imperial emperor, don't you feel ashamed to do such things all day long?" Qin Feiyang looked at him with disdain. "I'm happy. What can you do? If there's a chance, I'll kill you and snatch the ancient castle." Mu Tianyang sneered. "Then you'll have to wait. Maybe one day, you'll really get the chance. By the way, there's something I haven't told you. I've brought the spacetime gate with me." Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly. He reached out and pressed the paper on the table, writing rapidly. Looking at Mu Tianyang's expression, it was extremely interesting. The spacetime gate, this was his divine item. Now that Qin Feiyang said it, it was obvious that he was deliberately angering him. "I've been wondering. Where did you get the spacetime gate and the Pill Sutra back then? Is it related to the Blood Blade?" Qin Feiyang asked as he wrote. "The Sea of Reincarnation." Mu Tianyang said. "The Sea of Reincarnation?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes. This is something that happened a long time ago. At that time, the Tianyang Empire was still around. My brother Mu Tianjun, the demon ancestor, Lu Zhangyang, and Qin Batian were also there. At that time, we were just like you now, young and aggressive, not afraid of anything. I remember one morning, in the deepest part of the Sea of Reincarnation, a loud noise suddenly sounded and alarmed this continent. At that time, many people entered the Sea of Reincarnation to investigate, including the few of us. When we rushed there, we found that an ancient site had appeared. In the end, we found a total of 5 divine items in that ancient site. 2 of them were the Spacetime Gate and the Pill Sutra. Mu Tianyang said. 5. Qin Feiyang was shocked and said, "What about the other 3? Mu Tianyang said, "Of the other 3 divine items, you've seen 2 of them. The first is the Lu family's sky-stealing mirror." Sky-stealing mirror? Qin Feiyang was stunned. "You haven't seen it before?" Mu Tianyang was suspicious. Wait. I seem to have heard second grandpa and the others mention it before. Yes. When we came out of the divine site and were looking for the whereabouts of the demon ancestor, they mentioned something about the sky-stealing mirror. However, I didn't see it with my own eyes. Qin Feiyang said. This sky-stealing mirror is similar to Mu Qing's all-seeing eye. However, the sky-stealing mirror of the Lu family is not the real one. Mu Tianyang said. Not the real sky-stealing mirror? What does that mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. In other words, the sky-stealing mirror of the Lu family is the same as the Spacetime Gate in Mu Qing's hands. It's an imitation. Some special places can't be peeped at. But the real sky-stealing mirror is omnipotent. No matter where you hide, you can find it. It's simply unbelievable. Mu Tianyang said. So that's how it is. No wonder the sky-stealing mirror couldn't find the whereabouts of the demon ancestor when he was hiding on the demonic Dragon Island. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and asked, "Then who has the real sky-stealing mirror?" Mu Tianyang said, "Lu Zhangyang." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "What about the other one?" Mu Tianyang said, "The other divine item is with you now." "With me?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. 3,000 incarnations. Mu Tianyang said. What? 3,000 incarnations? Qin Feiyang's face was blank. Mu Tianyang said, "Don't you think these 3,000 incarnations are terrifying?" "Of course." Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. He had 3,000 incarnations and naturally knew how terrifying they were. Just like the battle with the demon ancestor on the demonic Dragon Island. At that time, the demon ancestor activated 3,000 incarnations, and he had no power to fight back at all. If it weren't for the Eye of Heaven that could copy all attacks, he would have to open the slaughter domain to block it. Mu Tianyang said, "As for the last divine item, it's in the hands of your ancestor." "Actually, I don't know what it is." "How can you not know?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Because I've never seen him take it out. At that time, when we found these 5 divine items, they were all in a jade box. You also know that things in ancient ruins like this are definitely not ordinary, so it's impossible to take it all for yourself. After some discussion, we decided that no one is allowed to open the jade box. It's all up to your luck to choose one. I chose the alchemy scripture. My brother, Mu Tianjun, chose the gate of time and space. The demon ancestor and Lu Zhangyang chose the 3,000 incarnations and the sky-stealing mirror respectively. As for what your ancestor chose, I don't know. I'm afraid that even the demon ancestor and Lu Zhangyang don't know." Mu Tianyang said. "So that's how it is. Ancient ruins," Qin Feiyang murmured. He didn't expect that such a thing had happened in the Sea of Reincarnation before. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Then where did this ancient ruin come from?" "I don't know. After we left, the ancient ruin disappeared without a trace. And since then, it hasn't appeared again." Mu Tianyang said. "It's really amazing." Qin Feiyang murmured, and his hands stopped moving. He said with a smile, "It's done." Mu Tianyang took a closer look and was immediately amused. The words on it were crooked, as if they were written by a 5-year-old child. It was very ugly. "This way, I don't have to worry that Feng Yuan will recognize my handwriting in the future. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. After all, he still had to work in the resource hall in the future, so writing was inevitable. If he didn't change his handwriting now, Feng Yuan would definitely be able to recognize it at a glance. You're a little smart. Mu Tianyang sneered. The general content of the paper was, Feng Zijuan is in our hands. Prepare 20 drops of white tiger blood essence and trade at the west gate of Sky Dragon City tonight. In addition, don't spread it, or we'll kill the hostage. 20 drops of white tiger blood essence. After reading it, Mu Tianyang couldn't help but be dazed. He originally thought that Qin Feiyang only wanted 5 or 10 drops at most, but he didn't expect him to have such a big appetite. He actually wanted 20 drops. We had an agreement just now. I'll give you 3-4 symbols infinite divine pills, and all the white tiger blood essence will belong to me. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, a trace of a bitter smile on his face, and sighed, I've been tricked by you again. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and asked, do you know where the resource hall is? Yes. Mu Tianyang nodded. Then lead the way, send it to Feng Yuan. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Chapter 2059. The resource hall was also between the inner and outer sect, not far from the battlefield. It was located at the peak of a giant mountain. Not long after, the Black Tortoise realm descended above the resource hall. The resource hall had a total of 10 floors. It was a black hall that had been around for a long time, emitting an ancient aura. In front of the entrance of the resource hall, there was a square. The square covered an area of about half a mile. Disciples came and went, entering and exiting. There were outer sect disciples and outer sect disciples. Mu Tianyang said, according to what I know, Feng Yuan's resting room is on the 2nd floor. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, then what are the other floors for? The 1st floor is naturally the reception area. For example, accepting missions, exchanging medicinal herbs and soulstones are all on the 1st floor. And the 3rd to 10th floors are the resource hall storerooms. Mu Tianyang said. They're all storerooms. Qin Feiyang was shocked, and said, the wealth of this resource hall is a bit terrifying. Of course. It can be said that if we obtain the treasures in this resource hall, we won't be able to spend it all in our lifetime. Mu Tianyang laughed. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, and said, to be able to find out so much, you couldn't have been interested in the resource hall for a long time, right? Aren't you tempted? Mu Tianyang asked. Tempted? Qin Feiyang nodded, and then laughed, but I still prefer the spirit vein. Haha, actually, it's not just the upper floors. There are also storerooms under the resource hall. And it is said that the storerooms below are all filled with divine arts and artifacts. Mu Tianyang said. Amazing. Qin Feiyang was secretly speechless. This resource hall was simply an inexhaustible treasure. The Black Tortoise realm sneaked into the resource hall without anyone noticing, and quickly entered the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was a spacious hall. At this moment, a red-haired old man was sitting alone on a chair. There was a hint of haggardness between his brows, as if he was resting with his eyes closed. It was Feng Yuan. Mu Tianyang snorted coldly and said, this old thing is quite comfortable. The affairs of the resource hall are basically handled by the people below. As the hall master, he naturally has nothing to do. But I'm guessing that he's thinking of something to plot against us again. Qin Feiyang smiled. Mu Tianyang said, if there is a chance, we must get rid of this person. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble. Qin Feiyang nodded. Grandfather. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to send out the letter, a cry rang out. Following closely, a fat man with a big head and big ears ran up from downstairs and entered the hall. This was Feng Yuan's grandson, Jin Fatso. Is something the matter? Feng Yuan asked without opening his eyes. Jin Fatso said respectfully, the announcement has been posted. Even if Jiang Haotian wants to come to the resource hall, he can't register. As expected, they're here for me. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Feng Yuan nodded and asked, then how's your father's situation now? Jin Fatso sighed and said, what good can come out of following that lunatic? It's all this old man's fault. This old man shouldn't have let him target Jiang Haotian. Feng Yuan blamed himself. No. This has nothing to do with grandfather. It's all Jiang Haotian's fault. If there's a chance, I'll definitely make him pay the price, Jin Fatso said gloomily. Feng Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Jin Fatso. He said in a deep voice, "You'd better not find trouble with him." "Why? That's my father. Father is in such a state. As his son, how can I sit back and do nothing?" Jin Fatso said. "Zijuan, Zihon, Wenhai, and your father fell into his hands one after another. Do you think with your little ability, you can be his opponent? If you go to him, you'll just be asking for humiliation," Feng Yuan said. Jin Fatso was a little unconvinced. Feng Yuan said, "All right, don't do anything for the time being. Wait for an opportunity. Wait for an opportunity." Jin Fatso was suspicious. Jiang Haotian is arrogant and will make a mistake sooner or later. As long as he makes a mistake, this old man will be able to seize this opportunity to get rid of him. As for your father, it's only temporary. After all, with the lunatic's strength, it's impossible for him to stay in the inner sect forever. Sooner or later, he will enter the Divine Palace. Feng Yuan said. Divine Palace, that's not right, grandfather. With the lunatic's cultivation, shouldn't he have entered the Divine Palace long ago? Why is he still staying in the Ninth Heaven Palace? Jin Fatso was suspicious. He doesn't want to go. The Great Elder didn't force him. Feng Yuan said. Speaking of which, what is the relationship between the lunatic and the Great Elder? I have a feeling that the Great Elder is too protective of him. Jin Fatso frowned. This old man also doesn't understand. I also investigated their relationship, but there was no result. This old man estimates that in the entire Ninth Heaven Palace, only the two palace lords know about the relationship between the Great Elder and the lunatic. Feng Yuan sighed. Jin Fatso's eyes turned and he said in a low voice, "There are rumors outside that the lunatic is the illegitimate son of the Great Elder. Could it be true? Don't talk nonsense. Do you know what the consequences will be if this sentence falls into the ears of the Great Elder? I'm afraid that even this old man can't protect you." Feng Yuan's expression changed as he shouted. When Jin Fatso heard this, his pupils shrank and his face was filled with panic. "Watch your mouth and leave." Feng Yuan waved his hand. "Grandson will take his leave." Jin Fatso bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Listening to Feng Yuan's words, the lunatic's cultivation seems to have surpassed a perfect divine lord. Inside the Black Tortoise world, Mu Tianyang retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. Surpassed a perfect divine lord, no wonder he dares to be so presumptuous. But what I'm more curious about is, what is the relationship between the lunatic and the Great Elder? Even Feng Yuan doesn't know him. He's not an ordinary mystery. Qin Feiyang whispered. Could it really be the son of the Great Elder? Mu Tianyang was surprised. The son of the Great Elder, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and shook his head. I don't think it's possible. Why do you say that? Mu Tianyang asked. The Great Elder has already lost a son. If he had another son, why would he hide it? Qin Feiyang said. Lost a son? Mu Tianyang was stunned and puzzled. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, There's no need to hide this matter from you. In fact, the Great Elder once had a son who was the previous resource hall master, but he is now dead and died in the hands of Feng Yuan. Mu Tianyang was stunned. This was really big news. Say, if the lunatic is really his son, why would he hide it? And I don't think it's his grandson. Qin Feiyang said. That's true. If it's his son or grandson, he'll be happy. Mu Tianyang nodded his head. I guess it's because the lunatic's identity is special, so the Great Elder hid his identity and took care of him. Qin Feiyang whispered. This Nine Heaven Palace is really an interesting place. Everyone has a little secret in their heart that they can't see the light of day. Mu Tianyang smiled. Who doesn't have a little secret? Aren't you the same? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the letter he prepared before left the Black Tortoise world and landed on the ground in front of Feng Yuan. Looking at the letter that appeared out of nowhere, Feng Yuan's expression couldn't help but be stunned. He bent down and picked it up and opened it suspiciously. Boom! Immediately, a terrifying divine aura erupted like a volcano. What's going on? The disciples on the first floor of the resource hall and the square were all shocked as they looked up at the second floor. Grandfather, what's the matter? Jin Fatso immediately ran up and looked at Feng Yuan in shock. Feng Yuan was silent and his face was gloomy to the extreme. Jin Fatso looked at the letter in Feng Yuan's hand and carefully walked forward. When he looked down, his expression changed. How could this be? Someone actually kidnapped Feng Zijuan in the Nine Heavens Palace? Jin Fatso said in a deep voice, Grandfather, this must be done by the Nine Heavens Palace. Of course I know it's the Nine Heavens Palace. But who is it? Do you know? Feng Yuan said angrily. Jin Fatso shook his head. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with killing intent and said, Go to Zijuan's cave and confirm it. Yes. Jin Fatso nodded his head and immediately turned to leave. Wait. Don't make this matter public. When the disciples outside ask, just say that this old man was practicing a divine art and accidentally released his aura. Feng Yuan said. Why? It's such a big matter. It's better for us to let everyone know, especially the Great Elder and the others know. Jin Fatso was suspicious. Feng Yuan waved the letter and said angrily, Didn't you see it? Don't spread it or they'll kill the hostage. They dare. Jin Fatso said in disdain. Feng Yuan was furious and shouted, They dare to kidnap Zijuan in the Nine Heavens Palace. What do you think they don't dare to do? Yes, yes, yes. Seeing Feng Yuan's anger getting bigger and bigger, Jin Fatso didn't dare to say anything more and turned to run out. What a pig head. Feng Yuan stared at Jin Fatso's back and then released his divine sense to cover the entire hall. No one. No spatial divine item. Then how did this letter get here? Feng Yuan frowned. In fact, Qin Feiyang and the others were still in the hall, but Feng Yuan's divine sense couldn't capture the Black Tortoise world. This move really worked. Mu Tianyang smiled. Qin Feiyang looked at him mockingly and said, How can your rotten idea not have any effect? You should thank me for this rotten idea. Otherwise, let's see how you can get the white tiger's essence blood. Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes. Yes, yes, yes. You're amazing. I admire you. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Then, he controlled the Black Tortoise realm and left the resource hall in an imposing manner. His leaving just like that. Mu Tianyang was stunned. What's the point of staying here? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Since the letter had been delivered, of course he had to leave. And if nothing unexpected happened, Feng Yuan would send someone to the first Saint Peak to find him. So he had to go back and make arrangements in advance. Not long after Qin Feiyang left, Jin Fatso rushed back. How is it? Feng Yuan hurriedly asked. I didn't see Zijuan. But there are some bloodstains on the ground. Jin Fatso said in a deep voice. Damn it, damn it. Who is so daring to commit murder in the Nine Heavens Palace, kidnapping my grandson? Feng Yuan was furious. Jin Fatso thought for a while, and said in surprise, Could it be Jiang Haotian? Jiang Haotian? Feng Yuan was stunned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Go to the first Saint Peak immediately and see if Jiang Haotian is in the cave residence. If not, then it might be him. If he is, then he can't be ruled out. Think of a way to sound him out. Okay. Jin Fatso nodded and hurriedly left. Chapter 2060. The First Sacred Peak. Inside the first cave abode, Mu Tianyang sat on a chair in the living room, looking around, and said enviously, Your cave abode is too big. It's useless. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's true. After all, you usually cultivate in the castle. Speaking of the castle, can you agree to a request of mine? Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. What request? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Mu Tianyang smiled and said, Let me and Mu Qing also enter the castle to cultivate. Qin Feiyang was stunned and sneered, Don't even think about it. Don't be so heartless. If it weren't for the inner demons shattering my space divine object with a sword, would I be begging you now? Besides, We are now in a cooperative relationship, which means that we are partners. If Mu Qing and I become stronger, it will also be good for you. Mu Tianyang said. Don't. I can't afford to offend someone like you. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. Letting these two people cultivate in the castle was simply inviting a wolf into the house. Besides, he and these two people were only cooperating temporarily. After all, they were still enemies. Sooner or later, they would fall out with each other. Therefore, it would never be possible for them to cultivate in the castle. So stingy. Mu Tianyang pursed his lips. Dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. So fast. Mu Tianyang looked at the stone door and muttered. Qin Feiyang smiled and gently waved his hand. The stone door quickly opened. A familiar figure suddenly appeared. Who else could it be but Jin Fatso? You seem to be Feng Yuan's grandson. The two looked at Jin Fatso and deliberately showed a trace of surprise. In the cave, Jin Fatso frowned imperceptibly and cupped his hands. I am Jin. I wonder if Brother Jiang would allow me to enter the cave for a chat. Of course. I can't wait to welcome Senior Brother Jin. Please, come in. Qin Feiyang got up to greet him. This is too enthusiastic. Jin Fatso muttered and strode into the cave. He looked at Mu Tianyang and smiled. Brother Mu is also here. I hope I didn't disturb the two of you. No. Brother Jiang and I are just sitting together, drinking tea, chatting, and reminiscing about old times. Mu Tianyang smiled. Jin Fatso said, so the two of you are really old friends. Brother Mu and I are indeed old friends, but we had a little conflict in the past, but it's fine now. Look, we are just like Brother Qin. Qin Feiyang walked beside Mu Tianyang, putting his arm around his shoulder and smiling. Mu Tianyang glanced at Qin Feiyang's arm on his shoulder and thought, is there a need to do this? This was obviously done on purpose for Jin Fatso to see. Although they had reached a cooperation now, outsiders did not know their real relationship. And now, after Qin Feiyang made such a scene, it was undoubtedly equivalent to officially announcing that they were good friends, good brothers. In this way, in the future, when Feng Yuan attacked Qin Feiyang, he would definitely teach him a lesson too. Qin Feiyang laughed and ignored Mu Tianyang. He looked at Fatso Jin and asked, Senior Brother Jin, isn't the resource hall busy? Of course. Jin Fatso said. Since you are busy, why do you have time to come to us? Don't tell me you are here to settle accounts with us. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Settle accounts? Jin Fatso was slightly taken aback. He looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and said, where did this come from? In the morning, your father, Sai. I am really sorry about this matter. I asked Senior Brother Feng Zi to come over purely to help me out, so that the disciples of the 10 sacred peaks would not make things difficult for me. But I didn't expect that in the end, it would actually involve your father and even implicate him, causing him to receive such a serious punishment. To be honest, I really feel sorry in my heart. Qin Feiyang blamed himself. So you are talking about my father's matter. Jin Fatso suddenly smiled and waved his hand. I can't blame you for this matter. It is indeed my father's lack of consideration. Otherwise, how could there be so many things? Thank you for your understanding, Brother Jin. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands. You are welcome. Jin Fatso waved his hand repeatedly and glanced at the cave abode. He asked with a smile, Brother Jiang, Brother Mu, have the two of you been in the cave abode all this time? Of course. We have been drinking tea and chatting. Why do you ask, Senior Brother Jin? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Nothing. Hasn't there been a lot of friction between our Feng family and you recently? So I thought of coming to apologize, and I hope that Brother Jiang can let bygones be bygones and turn from enemies to friends. Jin Fatso smiled. No. I, Jiang Haotian, may not be strong, but I am magnanimous. Besides, I am also in the wrong. Just like the conflict with Senior Brother Feng Zijuan in the Treasure Pavilion. In fact, thinking about it, I was too impulsive at that time. If I could endure it, then all these things wouldn't have happened. To be honest, I have always wanted to find Senior Brother Feng Zijuan and reconcile this matter. But I have been too busy recently and can't find the time. And I am also worried that senior brother Feng Zijuan may not forgive me. Qin Feiyang sighed. It's a small matter, a small matter. Another day, I will treat all of you to a few drinks at the Jade Zither house. Let's laugh and forget about our enmity. Jin Fatso smiled. Thank you, senior brother Jin. Qin Feiyang hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked him. It's fine, it's fine. All right then, you guys continue chatting. I will go back to the resource hall first. Jin Fatso got up and smiled. I will send you off. Qin Feiyang also got up. No need, no need. You guys continue chatting. Jin Fatso waved his hand, then turned around and strode away with a smile. This Fatso is quite tactful. If Feng Zijuan could be like him, how would he end up like this? Mu Tianyang secretly smiled. Qin Feiyang said, haven't you heard of this saying? Every Fatso has potential. After Jin Fatso left, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and closed the cave-dwelling stone door. Then, he led Mu Tianyang into the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus and asked with a smile, how was it? Did you split it? Yes. Fire Lotus nodded and smiled. Mu Qing and I each got more than 25 million soul stones, more than 100 million divine crystals, and many herbs and elixirs. With that, Fire Lotus handed the interspatial ring in her hand to Qin Feiyang. This interspatial ring naturally belonged to Feng Zijuan. Mu Qing also handed an interspatial bag to Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang glanced at it for a moment before putting it away. He then looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed heartily. This can be considered a victory at the start of the battle. It is indeed a good sign. Qin Feiyang nodded and handed the interspatial ring to Fire Lotus, saying, this interspatial ring should be useful. Go to the castle and take out everything inside. Okay. Fire Lotus nodded. Time flew by. Night fell and evening approached. Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing stayed in Qin Feiyang's cave dwelling and did not leave. Because they were worried that Qin Feiyang would play tricks, they stayed in the cave dwelling and waited until they got the 4 symbols infinite divine pills before leaving. Qin Feiyang didn't mind either. He continued to chat with her. Buzz. Suddenly, Mu Qing's image crystal rang. Mu Qing was slightly stunned. She took out the image crystal and a trace of suspicion flashed through her eyes. Who is it? Mu Tianyang asked. I seem to have established a contract bridge with Guozueki and Shangguan Qiu in the ancient world. Mu Qing thought. Guozueki is cultivating in the space divine item. That should be Shangguan Qiu. Why is she looking for you now? Mu Tianyang frowned. Qin Feiyang also looked at Mu Qing in confusion. I don't know either. Mu Qing shook her head. Mu Tianyang said, put it through and see what she wants. Mu Qing glanced at Qin Feiyang and said, don't we need to leave? Mu Tianyang said lightly, why should we leave now? Yes. Mu Qing nodded and activated the image crystal. A graceful figure suddenly appeared. It was Shangguan Qiu. Shangguan Qiu was slightly stunned when she saw Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang sitting together. What's the matter? Mu Qing looked at Shangguan Qiu and asked with a straight face. What do you mean by this? Not long ago, you were fighting to the death. Now you're sitting together drinking tea? Shangguan Qiu asked instead of answering. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together. The relationship between these few people was really hard to fathom. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, no discord, no concord. Don't take me for a fool. Your relationship is definitely not that simple. But it's good. I'm looking for you too. Shangguan Qiu looked at Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang and said, looking for us too? Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other in surprise. Shangguan Qiu said, I've booked a room in Yulon Tower and would like to invite you two to a banquet. Invite us to a banquet? Qin Feiyang and Shangguan Qiu looked at each other. What was this woman up to? Mu Tianyang said, don't tell me it's a banquet at Hongmen. Shangguan Qiu said jokingly, if it's a banquet at Hongmen, would you dare to come? What a joke. Why wouldn't we dare when someone invites us to a banquet? Brother Jiang, don't you think so? Mu Tianyang said with a smile. But Qin Feiyang didn't answer. He looked at Shangguan Qiu and asked, "When?" "Now." Shangguan Qiu said. "Now." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, let's go." Shangguan Qiu didn't expect them to agree so easily. She was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, "Then I'll wait for you two at Yulon Tower. See you there." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Chapter 2061. After Shangguan Qiu's image disappeared, Mu Qing put away the image crystal and looked at Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang. She frowned and said, "Why did you agree? Aren't we going to trade with Feng Yuan tonight?" "We agreed to Shangguan Qiu's invitation because we're going to trade with Feng Yuan," Qin Feiyang said. "That's right." Mu Tianyang nodded. "What do you mean?" Mu Qing was puzzled. Mu Tianyang asked, "Answer me first. Where is the place where we're going to trade with Feng Yuan?" "Outside the west gate of Sky Dragon City," Mu Qing said. "That's right. To trade with Feng Yuan, we have to leave Ninth Heaven Palace. And to leave Ninth Heaven Palace, we have to go through the Stairway to Heaven. But the Stairway to Heaven has the ability to distinguish the real from the fake. We can't use the Space Divine item or the Black Tortoise Realm. Then, people will know that we've left Ninth Heaven Palace. At that time, Feng Yuan will naturally suspect us. Although we can find an excuse, it will be hard to get rid of suspicion. But it's different now. We left Ninth Heaven Palace because of Shangguan Qiu's invitation. With Shangguan Qiu's help, even if Feng Yuan suspects us, he won't dare to do anything to us." Mu Tianyang smiled. "I see." Mu Qing was enlightened. Qin Feiyang got up and said with a smile, "Shangguan Qiu is not an ordinary person. We can't let her wait for too long." "That's right." Mu Tianyang nodded and looked at Mu Qing. "You don't have to participate in what's going to happen next." "Yes." Mu Qing nodded respectfully. Mu Tianyang waved his hand and sent Mu Qing into the Space Divine item. Then, like Qin Feiyang, he left the cave abode and flew toward the Stairway to Heaven. Resource Hall. Feng Yuan sat on a chair, holding a jade bottle in his hand. His face was gloomy. "Da." Following a series of hurried footsteps, Jin Fatso ran in and reported respectfully, "Grandfather, I just received news that Jiang Haotian and Mu Tianyang have left Nine Heavens Palace." Killing intent flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Of all the times to leave, they just had to leave now. Could it be that they really kidnapped Zijuan?" "I think it's possible." Jin Fatso nodded. "If it really is them, then they will definitely go to Sky Dragon City. Send a message to your uncle right now. Tell him to immediately arrange some people to guard the 4 city gates. You must keep a close eye on them for me." Feng Yuan said. "Yes." Jin Fatso replied respectfully. The so-called uncle was naturally Feng Wenhai. Outside the northern city gate, 2 young men wearing the robes of the Nine Heavens Palace walked towards the city gate while talking and laughing. They were Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang transmitted his voice with a smile. "Do you think that Feng Yuan knows that we have already left Nine Heavens Palace? Since Jin Fatso came to find us during the day, it definitely means that he is already suspicious of us. Naturally, he will send people to secretly monitor us. I'm afraid that the moment we left the cave, he already received the news. Right now, there might already be people waiting for us at the city gate." Qin Feiyang said as he scanned the crowd at the city gate. It was now evening. There were many people entering and leaving the city. Therefore, if they were to seriously look for them, they would definitely not be able to find them. They could only wait for the other party to appear. While they were talking, the 2 arrived at the city gate. Entering and exiting the city gate had to be checked. However, when Qin Feiyang and Chu Yunsheng arrived before the city gate, when the guards saw the flame pattern on their clothes, they did not dare to stop them in the slightest. They hurriedly stepped aside and respectfully watched the 2 of them enter the city. This was the treatment of the disciples of Nine Heavens Palace. After the 2 entered the city, they carefully paid attention to their backs. Soon, they found a suspicious person. It was a middle-aged man in black with the cultivation of a perfect war god. He looked like he was leisurely shopping, but he kept a distance and followed behind them. "As expected, we are already being watched." Mu Tianyang shook his head. I was afraid that Feng Yuan would not send anyone. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and asked, do you know where Yulon Restaurant is? Of course I do. The boss behind Yulon Restaurant is none other than Shangguan Qiu. It's not far from the Treasure Pavilion. Mu Tianyang smiled. Shangguan Qiu? Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched and said speechlessly, Feng Zihon opened Yuqin Restaurant, and Shangguan Qiu also opened Yulon Restaurant. Are these women bored out of their minds? You don't understand. Although Yuqin Restaurant and Yulon Restaurant are opened by them, they basically let their subordinates take care of them. And a restaurant like this makes a lot of money, Wang Yarrow said. Especially the two of them. One is the #1 person on the Heaven leaderboard of Empyrean Palace. The other is the manager of the Northern Region General Pavilion. And they both have powerful forces behind them. They are also beautiful. So many people will give them face and go to their restaurant to spend money. This is the way to make money. Mu Tianyang said. Money, Qin Feiyang murmured and sighed. It seems that no matter who it is, they can't escape the fate of being bound by money. Of course. What does it cost money to do now? Mu Tianyang said. Gradually, the sky had completely darkened. A waning moon slowly rose. At this time, Sky Dragon City was the most lively. After a busy day, it was natural to relax at night. Some drank and some had fun. Many disciples of Empyrean Palace could even be seen on the streets. Men and women were in pairs. It was a peaceful scene. Yulon Restaurant. It was already crowded, and the laughter could be heard from afar. Young Master Jiang, young Master Mu, the restaurant master has been waiting on the top floor for a long time. When Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang walked to the door, a young woman wearing a long dress with the words Yulon Restaurant immediately came up to them. Lead the way, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Please. The woman extended her hand and spoke respectfully. Then, she walked in front and brought Qin Feiyang and Chu Feng to the top floor. Yulon Restaurant had a total of 10 floors. Except for the hall below, the other floors were all private rooms. Look, isn't that Jiang Haotian and Mu Tianyang? They came here to have fun too. Wait, something's not right. They are going to the top floor. What's going on? The top floor is where Shangguan Qiu entertains his guests. Did Shangguan Qiu invite them? In the hall, there were also many disciples of Nine Heavens Palace. When they recognized Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang, they immediately whispered to each other. As for the black-clothed middle-aged man who had been following behind Qin Feiyang and the other man, he stopped at the entrance. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the other man and frowned. Then, he retreated into a dark alleyway on the other side. What? They went to Yulon Restaurant? Or Shangguan Qiu invited them? Soon. Feng Yuan received a message from Feng Wenhai. It's true. It doesn't seem to be them. Feng Wenhai said. If it's not them, who could it be? Among the disciples of Nine Heavens Palace, besides Lunatic, it seems that only they have the guts. Feng Yuan frowned. Could it be Lunatic? Feng Wenhai asked. Impossible. We have no grudges with Lunatic. Why would he kidnap Zijuan? Besides, Lunatic doesn't need the white tiger essence blood. Feng Yuan said. What should we do now? Feng Wenhai was worried. Don't worry. I'll definitely save Zijuan. Continue to keep an eye on Yulon Restaurant. I have a feeling that this matter has something to do with Jiang Haotian and Mu Tianyang. Feng Yuan said. Yes. Feng Wenhai nodded. Yulon Restaurant. On the top floor, in a luxurious private room. Shangguan Qiu sat quietly. On the dining table in front of her, there was a large table of delicious food and 2 pots of good wine. But she turned a blind eye to these. She lowered her head as if she was thinking about something. Housemaster, young Master Jiang and young Master Mu have arrived. Dong dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Then, a woman's voice sounded outside. Let them in. Shangguan Qiu was stunned. When she came back to her senses, she looked up at the door and smiled. The door was pushed open. The young woman who led the way retreated to the side and said respectfully, Please come in, young masters. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang entered the private room. They glanced around and looked at the food and wine on the table. Mu Tianyang said with a smile, I didn't expect that I, Mu Tianyang, would be able to enter the top floor of Yulon restaurant one day. Shangguan Qiu glanced at Mu Tianyang and then looked at the young woman standing outside the door. She waved her hand and said, no one is allowed to come in without my permission. You may leave. Yes. The young woman responded respectfully. Then she closed the door and turned to leave. Shangguan Qiu got up and looked at Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang. She said with a smile, please take a seat. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Mu Tianyang laughed, found a seat at random, and then sat down. Qin Feiyang walked to the front of the dining table with a slightly stunned expression. There were 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table. He sat next to Mu Tianyang. Looking at Shangguan Qiu, he asked suspiciously, did you invite someone else? Yes. Shangguan Qiu nodded. Who? Qin Feiyang frowned. Mu Tianyang also noticed the 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Shangguan Qiu. We don't like to drink with strangers. Don't worry. You are not strangers at all. Shangguan Qiu stood up and poured wine for both of them while chuckling. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other. A trace of suspicion flashed in their eyes. Not strangers. Who could it be? Chapter 2062. The 3 of them sat at the table and waited quietly without eating. Shangguan Qiu sensed that something was wrong and said, why don't you 2 drink first? Good idea. We can't just sit and wait. Qin Feiyang, come, let's have a toast. Mu Tianyang raised his glass and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. You like to drink too? Qin Feiyang frowned. As the saying goes, being drunk is like singing. Life is short. Who doesn't like to drink a few glasses? Mu Tianyang smiled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said lightly, forget it. I'm not interested in this. I knew it. Mu Tianyang smiled, minding his own business as he picked up the wine cup and sniffed it. His eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to put the glass to his mouth and tasted it gently. His face immediately showed an intoxicated expression. Is it that bad? Qin Feiyang was speechless. No matter how good the wine was, it tasted the same to him. He would rather drink a few glasses. Shangguan Qiu glanced at Mu Tianyang and then at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, young Master Jiang, this is the best wine in Yulon restaurant. Ordinary people can't drink it. Are you sure you don't want to try it? Then I'll give you face and try it. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He raised his glass and poured it into his mouth. Brother Jiang, you're such a brute. This wine should be savored slowly. Especially a good wine like this. You can only taste it carefully. Mu Tianyang said disdainfully. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and looked at Shangguan Qiu, saying, there's nothing special about it. It's about the same as the ordinary wine I used to drink. Shangguan Qiu's mouth twitched. She wasn't exaggerating earlier. This wine was indeed the best wine in Yulon restaurant. Many people couldn't taste it even if they spent a lot of money. Even in the entire northern region, it was rare to see it. But now, this guy in front of him actually said that it was similar to other cheap wines. It seemed like he had met someone who didn't know anything about wine. Miss, he doesn't understand. I do, but, Mu Tianyang chuckled at Shangguan Qiu. Then, he swirled his wine glass and said meaningfully, Miss, you're treating us with such good wine. You must have an ulterior motive. No. Shangguan Qiu hurriedly waved his hand. The wine is good, but you can't drink too much. Mu Tianyang smiled and put down his wine glass. He looked up at Shangguan Qiu and said, let's not beat around the bush. Why did you invite us? Some time ago, something unpleasant happened between us, so I wanted to invite the 2 of you to a banquet to apologize. Shangguan Qiu smiled. Something unpleasant. What is it? Why didn't I know about it? Mu Tianyang was suspicious. Brother Mu, you really know how to play dumb. Don't tell me you're not angry at all when I suddenly terminated our cooperation. And Brother Jiang, I'm really sorry for shutting you out. Master and Deputy Pavilion Leader always taught me that even if we can't make a deal, we can still be friends. I really shouldn't have made such a mistake. Shangguan Qiu sighed. Qin Feiyang and Shangguan Qiu looked at each other. So it's about this. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. Me too. The two of them echoed each other. Forgotten? Shangguan Qiu sneered secretly. How could such a thing be forgotten so easily? However, given the current situation, he still had to accept it. The two of you are really magnanimous. I admire you. Shangguan Qiu got up and poured Qin Feiyang and Shangguan Qiu's wine glasses to the brim. Then, she filled her own wine glass to the brim. Then, she put down the wine pot and picked up her wine glass. Looking at the two of them, she smiled and said, "So let's forget about it with a smile." Okay. Forget about it with a smile. Mu Tianyang grabbed the wine glass and got up with a smile. Let's skip the pleasantries. I hope we can cooperate happily in the future. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them, picked up his wine glass and said with a faint smile, "Of course." Shangguan Qiu nodded. The three of them clinked their glasses gently and drank it all in one gulp. It seems that you have reconciled. Just as the three of them put down their wine glasses and sat down, a faint laughter suddenly sounded. This voice, Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang were shocked. This voice was too familiar. It was Shangguan Fenglan. Just as the voice fell, a woman in a light purple dress appeared out of thin air in the private room. Who else could it be but Shangguan Fenglan? Sister. Shangguan Qiu immediately went up to her. Shangguan Fenglan rubbed Shangguan Qiu's head dotingly and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work." "It's nothing." Shangguan Qiu shook his head. Mu Tianyang looked at the two sisters and said through voice transmission, "Brother Qin, it seems that the person who wants to treat us to a banquet is not Shangguan Qiu." "Yes." Qin Feiyang secretly responded. Anyone who was not a fool could see that it was Shangguan Fenglan who wanted to see them. However, he was a little depressed. If Shangguan Fenglan wanted to see them, she could have summoned them directly in Ninth Heaven Palace. Why did she have to come to Yulon Restaurant? Just as Qin Feiyang was deep in thought, Shangguan Fenglan led Shangguan Qiu to the table and sat opposite them. "Greetings, Hallmaster." Qin Feiyang and Shangguan Qiu came back to their senses and quickly got up to bow. "Outside, I am not the Hallmaster of the Law Enforcement Hall and you are not disciples of Ninth Heaven Palace. We are just like ordinary people, so there is no need to be so polite." Shangguan Fenglan waved her hand. The two of them looked at each other and returned to their seats. Shangguan Fenglan smiled and said, "You must be wondering why I asked you to come out now." Qin Feiyang and Shangguan Qiu nodded. "Two reasons. First of all, you and my sister did have some conflicts in the past, so I want to be a peacemaker and let these big things become small and small things become nothing. Secondly, I have some questions that I want to ask you in private. I hope you can answer me truthfully," Shangguan Fenglan said. Although her tone was very calm, there was a strong sense of oppression that made Qin Feiyang and Shangguan Qiu breathless. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said, "Hallmaster, please ask. If we can answer, we will naturally answer." In other words, if they could not answer, it was useless even if she forced them. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Did you and Feng Zihon make a deal in private?" Qin Feiyang fell silent. Shangguan Fenglan said, "Silence means consent. I know. No matter how I quibble, I can't fool you. Yes. I did make a deal with her. However, this will not affect our cooperation, nor will it affect my determination to eradicate the Feng clan," Qin Feiyang said. "Very frank. Then what's the deal?" Shangguan Fenglan asked. 4 billion soul stones, 4 pinnacle divine artifacts, and 4 pinnacle divine techniques, Qin Feiyang said. "What?" Shangguan Qiu couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. Even Shangguan Fenglan was a little stunned. There were so many soul stones. There were even divine artifacts and divine techniques. No wonder this guy let Feng Wenhai go. Who would be able to resist such temptation? Actually, Feng Zihon had already made such a request before he showed the third video. But at that time, I didn't agree because I was determined to get rid of Feng Wenhai. After all, we have planned and worked so hard for so long, Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan asked curiously, Then why did you agree later? Because of you and the Grand Elder. Qin Feiyang said. Me and the Grand Elder? Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. Don't be angry if I tell you. Qin Feiyang said. Go ahead. Shangguan Fenglan said. Because your attitude made me a little uncomfortable. I can understand if you're hiding in the back without doing anything without any evidence. But at that time, I took out ironclad evidence, and you had every reason to order to kill him on the spot. But what did you do? You looked on coldly and didn't care about the matter. You gave me the right to kill Feng Wenhai. Aren't you treating me like a gun? Qin Feiyang said. So, you agreed to Feng Zihon's condition and let Feng Wenhai go because you were angry with us? Shangguan Fenglan said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Amazing. On the one hand, you ruined Feng Wenhai's reputation. On the other hand, you obtained such a large amount of treasure. On the other hand, you also checkmated me and the Grand Elder. What a brilliant method. Shangguan Fenglan said with a smile. There was a hint of killing intent in her expression. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Wait. Suddenly. Shangguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows and said in a deep voice, how do you know that the Grand Elder has something to do with this matter? One had to know that all this time, she and Qin Feiyang had met alone, and the Grand Elder had never appeared. It's not hard to guess. You and Feng Yuan are both hallmasters of Empyrean Palace. If there was no one behind you, would you dare to make a move on him? And as far as I know, the 10 great elders of Empyrean Palace, except for the Grand Elder, don't care about worldly affairs and cultivate in seclusion. So, of course, this person is the Grand Elder. Of course, at first I was just guessing, but now seeing your reaction, it's finally confirmed. Qin Feiyang said. He didn't dare to say that he was spying on Shangguan Fenglan. Because if Shangguan Fenglan knew that he was secretly spying on her, she would definitely fly into a rage. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. After a while, she shook her head and smiled, as expected of the person I chose, you have a brain. But then she changed the topic and said, but if you're too smart, it may not be a good thing. The threat in her words was obvious. She was warning Qin Feiyang not to play such tricks in the future. Naturally, Qin Feiyang could also tell. He said, this disciple will remember. Shangguan Fenglan smiled faintly, looked at the two, and said, another thing. Where did you get the 9 tunes Yellow Dragon Elixir and the 9 Transformation Dragon Blood Elixir? Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang frowned and turned to look at Shangguan Qiu at the same time. Shangguan Qiu looked at Qin Feiyang and Shangguan Qiu's eyes and began to panic inexplicably. Shangguan Fenglan said faintly, you don't have to look at her, just answer my question. Qin Feiyang suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Shangguan Fenglan, saying, these 2 elixirs were jointly developed by Mu Tianyang and I developed by you? Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. Chapter 2063. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Shangguan Fenglan frowned and said, it's not that I doubt you, but can you really develop this kind of elixir? This was equivalent to creating a brand new elixir recipe. Even those old antiques who had lived for countless years couldn't do this, let alone these 2 young people in front of her. Brother Jiang didn't lie to you. We both liked to refine elixirs and study elixirs since we were young. I remember one night 50 years ago, we got together to drink tea and chat as usual. But suddenly, Brother Jiang asked a question. Since the red fire glaze elixir exists in this world, why can't there be other elixirs that can improve one's cultivation level? We discussed for a while, and then we hit it off and started to study this kind of elixir. We spent 15 years on it. During that time, we really worked hard. I don't know how many elixir furnaces we blew up. In the end, God didn't let us down. We finally developed 2 kinds of elixirs, the 9-Chu Yellow Dragon Elixir and the 9-Turn Dragon Blood Elixir. Mu Tianyang smiled and said with pride on his face as if it was real. You really developed it. Seeing the sincerity on their faces, it didn't seem like they were talking, but Shangguan Fenglan just couldn't believe it. So did Shangguan Qiu. Researching a new kind of medicinal pill, this was simply a fantasy. Qin Feiyang sighed and said, to be honest, I still regret developing these 2 kinds of elixirs. Why? The 2 sisters looked at him suspiciously. If this was true, it would be a shocking achievement, destined to be famous for thousands of years. How could he regret it? Brother Mu and I have always been on good terms, even as close as brothers. But after developing these two kinds of elixirs, we gradually began to have differences. What I mean is that these two kinds of elixirs can benefit the world. It's better to announce it to the public and share it with the world. Brother Mu, what you mean is that we worked so hard to develop them. Why should we share them with others? Later, our differences became bigger and bigger, almost to the point of falling out. Qin Feiyang sighed. No wonder your relationship is so complicated. No wonder, when you came to me to cooperate, Mu Qing also ran out. Shangguan Qiu was suddenly enlightened. Qin Feiyang, although it's a lie, you don't have to elevate yourself and belittle me, do you? Mu Tianyang said angrily. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Am I wrong? You're that kind of person. All right. I won't stoop to your level. Mu Tianyang snorted. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled proudly, then looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, although we have a bad relationship, in fact, in the depths of Brother Mu's heart, he still cares about me. When he learned that Feng Yuan plotted against me, he did not hesitate to stand up and help me. That's a nice sentence. Mu Tianyang laughed inwardly. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, speaking of which, I really have to thank Feng Yuan. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid that Brother Mu and I wouldn't be able to return to the past. Shangguan Qiu asked, now, you've buried the hatchet? Yes. We've already discussed it. In the future, we'll split the profits from your treasure school 50-50. And we'll continue the unfinished research. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What research? Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Qiu were surprised. Before we had a disagreement, we were already researching a kind of elixir that can help war gods break through cultivation. Qin Feiyang said. What are you doing? Are you going to expose the 4 symbols everlasting elixir? Mu Tianyang discreetly raised his eyebrows and secretly asked. No matter how good the 9 Chu Yellow Dragon elixir and the 9 Transformation Dragon Blood elixir are, it's only useful for people below war gods. For war gods, it's not that tempting. But the 4 symbols everlasting elixir is different. Once this elixir appears, it will definitely cause a mad scramble, especially for the disciples of our 9th Heaven Palace. After all, most of the disciples of our 9th Heaven Palace are war gods. Qin Feiyang said inwardly. It makes sense, I don't object. But we must use the highest price to trade with the treasure pavilion. Mu Tianyang pondered for a while and transmitted his voice to Shangguan Qiu. Of course. Qin Feiyang replied. A kind of elixir that can help war gods break through cultivation? Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Qiu looked at each other. Wasn't this a little too shocking? Shangguan Fenglan came back to her senses and asked hurriedly, how's your research going? It's almost done. Qin Feiyang nodded. Shangguan Qiu asked in a hurry, show it to us. Qin Feiyang said, it hasn't been refined yet. I'm missing a kind of herb. What kind of herb? Shangguan Qiu asked. Qin Feiyang said, white tiger blood essence. White tiger blood essence. Shangguan Qiu was stunned. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked in surprise, did you ask the Deputy Pavilion Master for the Wuji divine fruit and the blood essence of the 4 sacred beasts to refine this kind of elixir? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. This, Shangguan Qiu was stunned. Then, he shook his head regretfully and said, the treasure pavilion doesn't have the white tiger blood essence at the moment. But if you give me some time, I'm sure I can find it. After all, the treasure pavilion doesn't only exist in the North region. We also have forces in Dongling, Western Desert, and Southern Wilderness. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, you should know that Feng Yuan raised the requirement to enter the resource hall to target me. Yes. Shangguan Fenglan nodded. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, registration starts the day after tomorrow. There's no time. This, Shangguan Fenglan frowned. Shangguan Qiu suddenly said, sister, doesn't Feng Yuan have a white tiger divine beast with him? As soon as Shangguan Qiu said that, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He then looked at Shangguan Fenglan. He wanted to know Shangguan Fenglan's reaction. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. She looked at Shangguan Qiu and asked suspiciously, "You want me to go to Feng Yuan?" "Yes." Shangguan Qiu nodded. "It won't work. Feng Yuan has always seen me as a thorn in his side. How can he give me the white tiger essence blood?" Shangguan Fenglan shook her head. "Actually, as long as the temple master wants to, Feng Yuan will hand over the white tiger essence blood even if you don't do it yourself." Qin Feiyang smiled. "What do you mean?" Shangguan Fenglan looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, "I won't hide it from you. I've already made a move on Feng Yuan. He will send the white tiger essence blood here in the wee hours of the morning." "Made a move?" Shangguan Fenglan and Shangguan Qiu looked at each other, their faces full of surprise. "We kidnapped Feng Zijuan," Qin Feiyang said. "What?" The two sisters looked at Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang, stunned. "Why are you so surprised? I said that although I have a private deal with Feng Zihon, it doesn't affect my determination to get rid of them." Qin Feiyang smiled. Shangguan Fenglan said in a low voice, "You are really bold to do such a thing in the Ninth Heaven Palace. If the temple master doesn't agree, I will send Feng Zijuan back. Anyway, he doesn't know that it was me and Brother Mu who kidnapped him. But temple master, you and Feng Yuan are old rivals. You should know better than me how much Feng Yuan loves Feng Zijuan. If Feng Zijuan is unfortunately killed, you can imagine how big of a blow it will be to Feng Yuan." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Shangguan Fenglan frowned and said, "Isn't this a little too despicable?" "Despicable? Feng Yuan secretly bribed the people of the Law Enforcement Hall to take away your power. Isn't that despicable? Besides, this Feng Zijuan deserved to die." Qin Feiyang said. "This," Shangguan Fenglan hesitated. Shangguan Qiu said, "Sister, since we are going to deal with him, there is no need to be merciful." Shangguan Fenglan looked at Shangguan Qiu, then looked at Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang. She nodded and said, "Okay, you can deal with this matter yourselves." It was tantamount to acquiescence. Mu Tianyang smiled secretly and said, "Brother Qin, this is a smart move. You directly dragged them into the water." Qin Feiyang smiled secretly and looked at Shangguan Fenglan. He said, "Then after midnight, we will have to trouble the temple master to cover us." "Cover?" Shangguan Fenglan was suspicious. "Feng Yuan has already suspected me of Feng Zijuan's kidnapping. When we entered the city, he had already sent people to follow us. I guess when we return to the Ninth Heaven Palace after the deal, we may be blocked by him at the stairway to heaven. At that time, we will need the temple master to cover us." Qin Feiyang said. He had originally planned to let Shangguan Qiu testify, but now Shangguan Fenglan had taken the initiative to come to him. How could he let her go? Because Shangguan Fenglan's words were more credible than Shangguan Qiu's. Shangguan Fenglan heard this and frowned. She said, "Why do I feel like I have been tricked by you?" No. You just have to cover for us. You can't interfere with anything else. Even if the matter is exposed in the end, it will not implicate you." Qin Feiyang said. "I have already covered for you. It will not implicate me. Do you think I am stupid?" Shangguan Fenglan was angry. She had really been tricked. Unknowingly, she had been set up. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Shangguan Fenglan glanced at the two and let out a long breath. She asked, "The deal is at midnight, right?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "You don't need me to go?" Shangguan Fenglan asked. "Yes. Brother Mu and I will go," Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan said, "Well, we will stay here until midnight. But I have a condition." "What condition?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Shangguan Fenglan said, "I want to see you refine the elixir that can help the god of war break through with my own eyes." "No problem." Qin Feiyang nodded without hesitation. The temperature and details needed to refine the four symbols infinite divine elixir were not something that could be grasped at a glance. So there was no need to worry about Shangguan Fenglan secretly learning from him. Shangguan Fenglan said, "One last question. What is your relationship with the deputy pavilion master of the treasure school?" Qin Feiyang frowned and turned to look at Shangguan Qiu. Only Shangguan Qiu knew about his meeting with the deputy pavilion master. There was no doubt that she must have told Shangguan Fenglan. Chapter 2064. First, it was the 9 Chu yellow dragon pill and the 9 transformation dragon blood pill. Now, it was the meeting with the deputy pavilion master. Why was this woman so talkative? Qin Feiyang could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He looked at Shangguan Qiu and said, "Pardon me for asking, but are you from the 9 Heavens Palace or the Treasure Pavilion?" Shangguan Qiu's expression froze. "Although you and the Temple Master are sisters, shouldn't you take a stand? I'm curious. If the Deputy Pavilion Master knows that you gave the information to the people of the 9 Heavens Palace, how will he react?" Qin Feiyang said again. He really didn't want to give this woman any more face. When Shangguan Qiu heard this, he could not help but look a little flustered. Shangguan Fenglan frowned and said, "This has nothing to do with my sister." "Nothing to do with her? Then, Temple Master, you are so resourceful. You even know that I have a relationship with the Deputy Pavilion Master." Qin Feiyang sneered. "You don't need to know how I know. I won't ask about your business. Anyway, don't drag this into my sister's business." Shangguan Fenglan said lightly. "What business can I have?" Qin Feiyang was curious. "Do I have to explain it to you? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Who are you and Mu Tianyang? What's your background?" Up until now, all of these things have remained a mystery. Shangguan Fenglan said. Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that the Temple Master of the 9 Heavens Palace would secretly investigate the identities of 2 disciples." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Brother Mu, it's our honor to have the Temple Master put in so much effort." "Enough. Stop singing the same tune. It's not me who wants to investigate you. It's the First Elder," Shangguan Fenglan said impatiently. Qin Feiyang said, "So, it's the First Elder's idea to ask about my relationship with the Deputy Pavilion Master?" "Yes." Shangguan Fenglan nodded. "Then I don't understand. Although I am a disciple of 9 Heavens Palace, I still have my freedom. Does it have anything to do with the Great Elder?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Shangguan Fenglan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she said, "Be careful of what you say. Actually, even if you don't tell me, I know that the First Elder has a grudge with the Vice Pavilion Master." Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan's pupils contracted. Could it be that this kid knew about that incident back then? "Brother Jiang, what happened?" Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. "A long time ago, the First Elder's son entered the Heavenly Dragon Sea to steal a rank 9 soul line, but he was seriously injured by the Vice Pavilion Master. Later, on the way back to 9 Heaven Palace, he was attacked by sea beasts and unfortunately lost his life. And because of this, the Great Elder has always held a grudge against the Vice Pavilion Master. Furthermore, he even crippled one of the Vice Pavilion Master's legs. So when the Great Elder knew that I had a grudge with the Vice Pavilion Master, he couldn't help but be a little angry." Qin Feiyang said lightly, "There's such a thing." Mu Tianyang was surprised. Shangguan Fenglan glanced at Mu Tianyang, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "How did you know?" Although this matter has been in the past for a long time, it was not a secret back then. As long as you have the heart, it's not difficult to find out. Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan said angrily, "You were also investigating us behind our backs. Sigh. You are all big shots, and I can't afford to offend you, so I can only investigate your background to cater to you. Lest I get killed one day, and I don't even know why." Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan stared at Qin Feiyang with a bone-piercing chill in her eyes. Although she had been in contact with Qin Feiyang in the past, they didn't talk much, so she didn't feel anything. But this time, after talking slowly, she found that this boy had far exceeded her expectations. He was even somewhat out of control. This reminded her of what the Great Elder had said back then, that a person who couldn't be controlled should be immediately obliterated. But at the same time, after this conversation, she became more and more curious about Qin Feiyang. It was as if there was a kind of magic that attracted her to the mysterious aura that he exuded. According to the Great Elder, she could take action now. But in her heart, she was a little hesitant. To be exact, she couldn't bear to do it and wanted to see the follow-up development. Phew. A moment later, Shangguan Fenglan took a deep breath, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, again, it's not necessarily a good thing to be too smart. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, thank you for your reminder, Temple Master. I will keep it in mind. Shangguan Fenglan glanced at him indifferently, then lowered her head in silence. No one knew what she was thinking. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he turned to look at Shangguan Qiu, saying, let's talk about our cooperation. That's what I was thinking. Shangguan Qiu nodded. In fact, this was one of the reasons why she asked Qin Feiyang out this time. After all, the cooperation with Qin Feiyang was the Deputy Pavilion Master's order, so it had to be handled as soon as possible. Qin Feiyang said, how did you and Brother Mu cooperate before? 9 Chu Yellow Dragon Elixir, Divine Crystals. 9 Turn Dragon Blood Elixir, Soul Stones. Shangguan Qiu said. Just as I expected. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, and asked, how much do you pay Brother Mu for refining a 9 Turn Dragon Blood Elixir? 1,000 Soul Stones. Shangguan Qiu said. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Mu Tianyang. 1,000 Soul Stones indeed. Mu Tianyang nodded. That's a good price. 1,000 Soul Stones. 10,000 Soul Stones. 100 Soul Stones. 1,000 Soul Stones. And you don't have to pay for the herbs, you can earn so much just by refining the elixir. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyang and smiled. Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes, and said, no matter how much I earn, I can't compare with you. Qin Feiyang shook his head with a smile, and looked at Shangguan Qiu, saying, I don't care how you cooperate with Brother Mu, but if you cooperate with me, you have to follow my rules. Shangguan Qiu raised his eyebrows, and said, 1,000 soul stones is the maximum limit of the treasure pavilion. Don't worry, the 9-turn dragon blood elixir will still be 1,000 soul stones per elixir. But you have to use soul stones to trade for the 9-turn dragon elixir. Give me 500 soul stones per elixir. Qin Feiyang said. Why don't you just rob? Shangguan Qiu was a little annoyed. In fact, he had expected that the 9-turn dragon elixir would be traded with soul stones, but he did not expect the price to be so high. 500 soul stones. This was an exorbitant price. 500 soul stones is not a lot. If the treasure pavilion auctioned with soul stones, one 9-turn dragon elixir would be worth at least tens of thousands. Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Qiu said, the treasure pavilion has never used soul stones to bid before. Rules are dead, but people are flexible. As a businessman, you should always be flexible. For elixirs like the 9-turn dragon elixir, using divine crystals to bid for it is simply a waste of its value. Qin Feiyang said. A waste of its value, Shangguan Qiu murmured. Listening to what this person said, it seemed to make some sense. After all, this elixir was directly related to one's cultivation level. Even if it was auctioned with soul stones, it would still cause a frenzy. After pondering for a while, Shangguan Qiu exhaled and looked at Qin Feiyang. He nodded and said, okay, deal. Haha, Brother Qin is really something. I'm impressed. Mu Tianyang laughed secretly. If the 9-turn dragon elixir was traded with soul stones, there would undoubtedly be a large income in the future. Thinking back to what Mu Qing did in the past, it was really incomparable to this person. Qin Feiyang said to himself, don't be happy too early. You'll be in charge of refining elixirs. Me? Mu Tianyang was stunned. Of course. You want soul stones but don't want to refine elixirs. How can there be such a good deal in the world? Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Leave refining elixirs to me. Mu Tianyang was somewhat helpless. In fact, he did not want to refine elixirs. Because refining elixirs was too time-consuming. However, what Qin Feiyang said made sense. There was no free lunch in the world. If you wanted to get something, you had to pay the price. Of course. He could not refine elixirs himself. After all, Mu Qing was also an elixir alchemist. This kind of thing would definitely be left to Mu Qing. Hearing Mu Tianyang's response, Qin Feiyang looked at Shangguan Qiu and said with a smile, although we are cooperating now, if you want to make a deal in the future, you should still look for Brother Mu. Look for him. Shangguan Qiu was slightly stunned and said speechlessly, I really admire you guys. After fighting for so long, you are cooperating in the end. This is called the unpredictable world. Next, let's talk about the Wuji divine fruit and the divine beast blood essence. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Shangguan Qiu seemed to have been prepared. He took out 3 jade bottles and a rectangular jade box from his interspatial ring. The jade bottles were not big, and there was a little blood in them. The jade box was about half a meter long, and the lid was tightly closed. Looking at the jade bottles and jade boxes, Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang's eyes suddenly lit up. Mu Tianyang could not wait to open the jade box. He saw fruits lying quietly inside. These fruits were only the size of an egg. They were shaped like small gourds, and the surface of the fruits was shining with a crystal-clear divine light. Qin Feiyang also picked up the 3 jade bottles and examined them carefully. The blood was different from ordinary blood. It looked like precious diamonds, shining with a hazy light. Furthermore, when the jade bottle was opened, an extremely strong and pure divine beast's aura immediately surged out. That's right. It's the blood essence of the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, Qin Feiyang whispered and looked up at Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang said with a smile, 20 Wuji divine fruits. Not one more, not one less. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Shangguan Qiu. He said, name your price. Shangguan Qiu pursed his lips and said with a smile, I was going to use divine gems to trade for these things. Looking at the smile on Shangguan Qiu's face, Qin Feiyang could not help but have a bad feeling. Mu Tianyang glanced at Qin Feiyang and Shangguan Qiu, as if he was watching a show. Shangguan Qiu's smile became brighter. He said, but you just said that a businessman should know how to be flexible. So now, I am going to use soul stones to trade with you. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. Was he slapping himself in the face? Chapter 2065. What do you think? I learned and applied it on the spot. Not bad, right? Shangguan Qiu teased. Seeing Qin Feiyang being defeated, she felt inexplicably happy. Impressive, impressive. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. If he had known, he would have talked about this deal first before discussing the cooperation. He had dug a hole for himself. Shangguan Qiu smiled proudly. She had finally won this round. Qin Feiyang collected himself and said, tell me, how many soul stones? 60 drops of essence blood, 100,000 soul stones per drop. As for the Wuji divine fruit, Shangguan Qiu thought for a while and said with a smile, I'll give you 100,000 each. You make it sound like you're at a disadvantage. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Mu Tianyang, who had been watching coldly from the side, suddenly said, Miss, I have a question. What is it? Shangguan Qiu looked at him suspiciously. 1 drop of blood, 100,000 soul stones per drop, and 100,000 soul stones per Wuji divine fruit. And the elixir we're researching needs 4 drops of essence blood and 1 Wuji divine fruit. In other words, just the cost of building it costs 500,000 soul stones. In the future, when we succeed, how much do you plan to bid? Mu Tianyang asked. Even if you bid 1 million soul stones, someone will buy it. After all, this is an elixir that can help the god of war break through. It's not at the same level as the 9 Chu Yellow Dragon Elixir and the 9 Transformation Dragon Blood Elixir. Shangguan Qiu smiled confidently. 1 million soul stones. Even in the 9th Heaven Palace, only a few disciples can afford it. Mu Tianyang said. Good things go to the highest bidder. If everyone can afford it, how can it be good? Shangguan Qiu said. You're indeed a businessman. You're better than anyone else. Mu Tianyang shook his head and smiled. Shangguan Qiu smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, the total price of 60 drops of blood essence is 6 million, and the total price of 20 Wuji immortal fruits is 2 million. That's a total of 8 million. Young Master Jiang, please pay the bill. 8 million soul stones. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. You even got 4 billion soul stones from Fengzihon. What are 8 million soul stones to you? Shangguan Qiu said. People like you who grew up with a silver spoon in their mouths will never understand the life of people like us at the bottom. Back then, Forget about 4 billion soulstones, even 40,000 soulstones. No, even 1,000 soulstones was an astronomical figure to me. Qin Feiyang sighed. Shangguan Qiu smiled and said, I've never experienced this feeling before. That's why I said you don't understand. But since it's a business deal, I naturally can't go back on my word. Qin Feiyang smiled and secretly transmitted his voice, Old Zhao, help me count out 8 million soulstones. All right. Zhao Tailai responded. Very soon. Qin Feiyang took out an interspatial ring and threw it to Shangguan Qiu. Shangguan Qiu carefully counted it and put it away with a smile on his face. Qin Feiyang also sent the blood essence and the Wuji divine fruit into the ancient castle. Mu Tianyang smiled and said, Now we only need the white tiger blood essence. I really hope that midnight will come soon. You can't rush it. Just wait and see. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. They're still in Yulon Tower? In the resource hall. Feng Yuan looked at Feng Wenhai's shadow and frowned. Yes. Feng Wenhai nodded. Is it really not them? Feng Yuan muttered. Father, can we leave Jiang Haotian alone for now? Saving Zijuan is more important. Feng Wenhai said. Feng Yuan frowned and said angrily, Didn't I investigate Jiang Haotian to save Zijuan? Feng Wenhai said, But now it's proven that it's not them. Why are you still thinking about these questions? Don't worry. I've already prepared the white tiger blood essence. I'll just wait for midnight to come and trade with them. Feng Yuan said. Feng Wenhai asked, Then do you want me to find someone to ambush them in advance? With this old man taking action personally, do you still need others? Besides, if even this old man can't keep them, then the people you sent will be even more useless. Don't worry about this matter. This old man will handle it. You just wait for the news at home. Feng Yuan said. Okay. Feng Wenhai nodded. At this moment, whether it was Qin Feiyang and the others or the people of the Feng family, they all felt that time was passing very slowly. It was clearly only a few hours, but it felt like a few centuries had passed. Amidst the torturous wait, dawn finally arrived. In the private room, Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other and suddenly stood up. During this period of time, Shangguan Fenglan had been resting with her eyes closed. When she heard the commotion, she opened her eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang and Feng Yu. She asked, Feng Yuan's strength is not inferior to mine. Can you two really do it? If the Hall Master can come in person, we naturally can't ask for more. Mu Tianyang said with a smile. Hearing this, Shangguan Fenglan did not even reply and directly closed her eyes. Hypocrite. Mu Tianyang secretly said. Get used to it. Qin Feiyang patted him on the shoulder, took out 2 illusory pills, casually changed his appearance, and entered the Black Tortoise world, flying toward the West City Gate. In the early morning, even in the city, it was difficult to see many people, let alone outside the city. The plains outside the West City Gate were quiet. Coming to the sky above the plains, Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang were not in a hurry to show up. They had been looking for traces of Feng Yuan. Because they were worried that Feng Yuan might be hiding in the dark and catch them off guard when they were not paying attention. In short, before they saw Feng Yuan, they would never go out first. And in the end, they searched the entire plains outside the West City Gate but did not find Feng Yuan. This old thing, is he not here yet? Mu Tianyang frowned. This is related to Feng Zijuan's life and death. How could he dare to be negligent? I think he should be the same as us now, hiding in the space divine object, monitoring the movements outside. Qin Feiyang scanned the night sky. It seemed that this old thing would not obediently hand over the white tiger blood essence. Then go out and search with your spirit sense. Mu Tianyang laughed. With Feng Yuan's status and strength, do you think he won't have the hidden soul stone? Qin Feiyang sneered. Then we can't just stay here and do nothing. Mu Tianyang said. Don't worry. He can't outlast us. Unless he doesn't want to save Feng Zijuan. Qin Feiyang sneered. Next. The two stood in the Black Tortoise world, quietly waiting. Sure enough, it was as Qin Feiyang had expected. About a moment later, a red-haired old man appeared in the sky above the plains. Who else could it be but Feng Yuan? He looked around and frowned. What's going on? Why haven't you come yet? Didn't you just come now? But before his voice faded, a mocking laugh sounded behind him. Feng Yuan was slightly taken aback and quickly turned to look, only to see two big men standing in the void not far away. These two big men were naturally Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang after changing their appearances. The clothes of the Nine Heavens Palace had also been changed, and they were all wearing black clothes. Feng Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "When did you guys come?" Qin Feiyang said, "You should have come before us." "Then why are you hiding? Let me wait for so long." Feng Yuan said angrily. "Aren't you hiding too?" Qin Feiyang looked at him mockingly. Feng Yuan's heart trembled. He actually guessed his thoughts. It seemed that these two people were not ordinary people. "This is definitely not your true appearance. Who are you?" Feng Yuan said in a deep voice. Hall Master Feng Yuan is indeed smart. "But do you think we will be stupid enough to tell you our true identity?" Qin Feiyang laughed contemptuously. Feng Yuan clenched his hands, holding back his anger, and asked, "Where is Feng Zijuan? Where is the thing we want?" Qin Feiyang did not answer, but asked instead. Feng Yuan took out a jade bottle from his bosom, which was half filled with blood, and said, 20 drops of white tiger blood essence, not a drop less." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he stretched out his hand. "Let me verify." Feng Yuan said, "Give me Feng Zijuan first." "Impossible. Your cultivation is so strong. If I give you Feng Zijuan first, what if you go back on your words?" Qin Feiyang said. Feng Yuan said, "Then this old man is also worried that you will go back on your words after getting the white tiger blood essence. If this stalemate continues, it will not be good for you. How about this? Let me show you something first." Qin Feiyang took out Feng Zijuan's universe ring and threw it to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan caught it in his hand, looked down, and his face immediately darkened. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I believe you are familiar with this universe ring. If you dare to harm even a single hair on his head, then even if you can fly, this old man will still kill you." Feng Yuan said fiercely, "Don't worry. As long as you give me the white tiger blood essence, I promise to give you a healthy Feng Zijuan." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "You want this old man to hand over the blood essence first?" "Never. How about this? Let's exchange the person and the goods at the same time." Feng Yuan said. "No, no, no. Your cultivation is too strong. If we capture Feng Zijuan and you directly release your pressure to imprison us, won't we become lambs waiting to be slaughtered? It seems that you are not sincere at all. In that case, this deal is off. As for Feng Zijuan, you can wait to collect his corpse." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, grabbed Mu Tianyang and disappeared without a trace. "Wait. This old man will give it to you." Feng Yuan's expression changed and he quickly shouted. Qin Feiyang and Feng Yuan appeared out of thin air with smiles on their faces. "Give it to me," Qin Feiyang said as he stretched out his hand. Feng Yuan waved his hand and the jade bottle in his hand immediately turned into a stream of light and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed it in his hand and opened the bottle cap. A terrifying aura suddenly roared out. This was the aura of the divine beast White Tiger. Mu Tianyang said with a smile, "This is the White Tiger blood essence." "Thank you, Hall Master Feng Yuan. Wait here, we will bring Feng Zijuan out immediately." Qin Feiyang laughed and brought Mu Tianyang to the Black Tortoise Realm's herb field. He immediately controlled the Black Tortoise Realm and flew away like lightning. Outside, seeing the two disappear again, Feng Yuan immediately released his divine sense and enveloped the surroundings. But he couldn't find anything in the void. Could it be that he has also merged with the hidden soul stone? Feng Yuan frowned. But then, a trace of ridicule crept up in his eyes as he thought to himself, "You think you can escape from this old man's palm with the hidden soul stone? When Zijuan appears, it will be your time of death." However, he didn't know that the Black Tortoise Realm had already entered Sky Dragon City.